Alright, welcome back everyone. So, yesterday we beat the snot out of Avlora and Rufus. Although Rufus proved more of a problem than the famed general of Asphost. So, here's that. It looks like the game has led us back to the crossroads of deciding what we do with Hyzant's alliance. Because apparently the three high houses aren't allowed to not fall. So, I guess rip the houses. So Avlor reports into Gusadolf, who meets on his next move. So Avlor was off killing Landroy in this timeline, so I'm curious to see if she or Gusadolf will actually comment on it.
Congratulations on your victory in the Falk's domain, General.
There it is.
Thank you, sir. They were proud warriors. And Lord Landroy a formidable foe despite his age.
I imagine he was content to breathe his last on his beloved fields. 30 years have passed since the Salt Iron War. It was time he was put to rest beside that bygone era. Avlora, it is time you had a rest as well.
What do you mean by that, Your Grace?
Your soldiers have fought long and hard. Any longer, and their morale may suffer for it.
But what of House Wolford? Prince Roland is still with them. Is that not cause for concern?
There are no lords left worth worrying about. House Wolford stands alone after Roland's uprising.
Even so, we would do well not to underestimate them. Even standing alone, they once changed the course of the Salt Iron War.
House Wolford is no longer the hunter, but the hunted. Or do you believe you understand something that I do not, General?
Kid leader Gusadolf
No.
caring for his
Forgive me,
soldiers.
Your Grace.
Right. Nice, Derek. Well, I'm glad we got a different version there. I'd be very disappointed if we took that different path and the game was just like, yep, generic Avlor Gusadolf scene. Rowan requests a favor of Benedict. She responds with a shocking proposition. So I guess this is where we fake Roland's death again.
You wish to speak to me, Your Highness?
Or maybe not. Because I guess everyone sort of knows that if Roland's at large, they might not want to make it look like the kingdom's dead. But we'll see. Hey, Kirby.
I wish to leave the Wolford domain.
And you want me to persuade Lord Serenoa?
Yes. Though I doubt he will welcome the conversation after the scales have spoken. But the people are tired. Their expressions grim. This castle is no different.
Even so, the decision was made together.
Yes. But I think we all know that I am at the source of our troubles. The responsibility ultimately falls to me.
If you truly wish to take responsibility, then I do have an idea.
And I would hear it.
Give me that ring.
Ah yes, we are faking him.
But this is proof that I belong to the royal family.
What would you do with it?
Have you die for your people.
And boo. I mean, we knew some of this was coming since we're getting railroaded back onto needing to bargain with Sorcery. Alright, Benedict, stick a knife in Roland. I don't think we need to go that far.
Hey, boss, come take a look at this.
The poor soul. Or maybe not so poor, judging by these clothes.
Hey, Pa! Remember what I said about that reward money?
Of course I do. This might just be him.
Pa, take a look at this!
Shiny ring, huh? Is that, the royal emblem? This has got to be Prince Roland!
Yeah, diamond-shaped storytelling. I mean, I think it's kind of inevitable with video game
The corpse is
storytelling.
regrettably too damaged to identify, but the royal signet is unmistakable. Aside from Cordelia, there is only one who would wear the royal family's ring. There can be no doubt, this is Prince Roland.
Excuse me, Your Grace, but about that reward.
Thalas, give them their coin.
Yes, brother.
Thank you kindly for your generosity, Your Grace.
What a waste. Is this truly how the Kingdom of Glenbrook meets its end?
House Wolfort are no fools. Their friend was only a liability. They have spared themselves by forsaking the prince. They may have escaped, but there are none who would help them. There is no reason for us to concern ourselves with House Wolfort any longer.
A shame.
Your poor brother, betrayed by his most trusted friend.
Oh, Roland.
It's kind of interesting that this version kind of pushes Thalas out of doing anything.
News of Prince Roland's death spreads across the land like wildfire. With his demise, seemingly comes the end of the Kingdom of Glenbrook. But only days later, a proclamation is made that would bind Esfrost and Glenbrook. Bearer of the royal signet and last heir to the throne of Glenbrook, Cordelia is to ascend as queen. And wed Archduke Gustadolf.
Yeah, the Protect Roland route does flow better. Although we miss out on a bunch of extra Cordelia stuff, I think, since we don't
Princess Cordelia is to wed the Archduke?
we don't get the scenes with her and Roland if he's not in prison. So I guess there is a little bit of extra war taking the crappy route, but this version definitely makes more sense.
What is the meaning of this? Gustadolf is the very one who invaded Glenbrook.
But King Regna is to blame for trying to monopolize the mines.
What does it matter who the princess weds as long as Glenbrook lives on?
It damn well matters to me.
My people, our days of late have been dark and filled with strife.
Showing my reinforcements from Landroy. Yes, they're very cool.
Both Glenbrook and Esfrost have suffered countless losses. And we have lost both of our beloved princes. For that, I offer you my deepest condolences. May they all rest in peace. As you all know, my father was sentenced to death for his role in this tragic event. But how do we come to grips with our sorrow and anger? How do we atone for our mistakes?
Esfrost does not deserve your forgiveness! Do not submit to Gustadolf's will!
Let us recognize our sins as such and move forward. Archduke Gustadolf has magnanimously given us another chance. A chance to see Glenbrook to a fair and free future. As the queen of this kingdom, I, Cordelia of House Glenbrook, do hereby accept the warmth and governance of Esfrost, and swear to do everything in my power to usher in an age of peace with the Archduke.
With all due respect, sir, I do not believe Queen Cordelia to be fit for ruling Glenbrook.
She does not need to be. She is to be our figurehead, a place for the people to focus both their hope and discontent. And while the poor people of Glenbrook stumble in the dark, we shall establish a new government, one based in freedom. Once the people have had a taste of true freedom Esfrost would offer them, there will be no turning back. By the time Cordelia births an heir, both this kingdom and its people will belong solely to Esfrost.
I would be loath to stand upon a political battlefield. It is far more heartless than those of war.
I am simply breathing new life into a kingdom of tired traditions. The people will thank me for it in time.
Father, my brothers, I swear to avenge you.
Alright. So Serena and the others speak of Cordelia's ascension as Queen of Glenbrook. Imagine this will probably be the same too, but we'll see.
Prince Roland, have you heard about the address at the capital?
I have.
I won't forgive them for making Her Highness say such horrible things.
Enough, Huette.
But they lied about the king's death. They made it seem like Gustadolf was justified.
Say no more. If Cordelia can endure this, so can we. And as long as she lives, that is enough for me.
Forgive me, Your Highness.
We all understand how you feel, Prince Roland.
No, I apologize. I lost control.
I think it is a little different, because in the other version, I believe he wants to rush to her aid. So I guess he's less brash here.
Thinking about it will do us no good. We must rise to action.
Indeed we must. Everyone knows of your death now. That means we are free to make our next move.
Listen, my friends. Prince Roland of Glenbrook is dead. I am now merely Roland, a warrior who fled a fallen kingdom. I humbly ask for your support until the sun shines upon our royal line once again.
Is that Sir Maxwell's?
That mask. You look just like Sir Maxwell.
This is a secret that shall stay within House Wolford.
Master, grant me the strength to free our home from Esfrost's clutches.
Yeah, cool. Maxwell's back. Clearly. I still don't know what possessed him to actually take the guys.
How is he doing?
That's a little better
than
than
He groans in pain from time to time.
keeping his identity as Roland.
I see. I wish I could tell Father about our situation now, but...
Lord Serenoa, if your father were awake, I am certain he would praise you for safeguarding Wolford.
Sad to say, the real trouble is only just beginning. I'll be damned if House N's protection comes for free. No doubt the longer we stay, the steeper the price.
Precisely. Minister Sorsley is not an altruistic soul.
If you were in his shoes, what would you do?
I would squeeze us dry, then look for an opportunity to.
But we won't let that happen.
Of course not. Anna is already on the move. It is our duty to protect and guide this house.
This heart ain't changed since the day Lord Simon took me in, lad. I'm ready to put my life on the line for this house. We'll get past this, one way or another. You'll see.
Thank you so much. Both of you.
Okay, so I would expect the news of Dragan's death to not change here.
Lord Svarog, the body of Lord Dragan is...
So my son has finally returned home. I will be there soon. Is something the matter?
I think it better not to look, my lord.
And why is that?
His face. There is no vestige of the handsome lad he once was.
Oh, my son. I understand. You are dismissed. I am so sorry, my boy. Please forgive your pitiful excuse for a father. I will find the one who did this to you. I swear it.
Yeah, so that doesn't seem to have changed. Probably not this one either, but again, we'll see.
I see. So there is an illicit salt trade held outside the auspices of the Norzelia Consortium.
In this business, you cannot avoid rumors even if you try. They say sneaking under the Consortium's nose is well worth the risk, but I am not so bold.
And who is behind all this?
I wish I could say.
I am not asking you to tell me for free.
How generous of you. It's but a rumor, of course, but They say none other than Minister End in Hyzant is pulling the strings. And some free advice for you, my friend? You'd do well not to get involved.
Why?
I'm afraid that will cost a separate fee. Why, thank you.
Ah, yes, and we get to watch Hyzant murder their slaves again.
Water.
On your feet.
Water, please.
Get back to work. You aren't the only one who's thirsty.
No setbacks, I presume?
None, sir. We are already well ahead of schedule.
Splendid. The ledger, if you would.
Yes, sir.
I would hate for there to be a problem with our numbers. I will hold on to this for now.
Of course, sir.
Water.
Put the poor thing out of its misery, Booker. You must be firm with the Roselle. Show them the slightest mercy, and they'll think they deserve more.
Yes, sir!
Contaminated salt. Forget what this was.
Serenoa, do you have a moment?
So I guess we'll have this as a refresher.
I was hoping to talk to you about our marriage. Now that Glenbrook has been brought to ruin by Esfrost, is there any meaning to our union? My brother may have been planning this from the start. And yet I came to Wolffort with the intent of marrying you, completely unaware of it. It's always like this. Nothing ever goes as I would wish it. The course of my life has always been at the mercy of others.
As has mine. Almost nothing happens the way I thought it would.
But you have a home. Somewhere you can return to someday. You are surrounded by people who care about you.
As do you, as a member of House Wolffort. Your place is with us now.
Serenoa.
And though this may sound pretentious, this is a time for you to think about your future and what you must do, Frederica. Just as I am.
I suppose you are right. What must I do?
Here you are. Master Benedict has been searching for you both.
Understood. Let him know we will return at once.
Kill him. We'll see about being able to kill Sorcery this time.
You said we received a delivery from Minister Sorcery.
Yes, mostly food and materials, plus a considerable amount of coin.
That is quite kind of him.
House End is a wealthy one, even by Hyzant's standards. This would barely put a dent in their coffers. We have distributed the resources as needed. We've even managed to restock our reserves.
Wish I could be happy for the help, but I can't say I am.
Agreed. Relying on them comes at a price. They will be looking for recompense.
I believe that to be their true aim.
But this is the path we chose to walk together.
Indeed. And as long as we stay the course, the winds of favor will someday be at our backs.
At least there's no awkwardness of having just fought Sorsui Dorsui this time. True. Yeah, it feels like it would be a little easier to go along with things without him having tried to stab us in the back while we were fighting Asfrost.
A missive from Minister Sorsley has arrived.
I see he wastes no time. What absurd request could he possibly have in store for us?
Nothing good, that's for sure.
This time I'm gonna see if we can turn him, or attempt to turn him over and see how badly things go trying that.
Yet another problem has arisen, as we anticipated. I would like to ask everyone what they think. Benedict, if you would.
Yes, my lord. We have just received a request from Minister Sorsley. We are to deliver his cargo to Asfrost.
Cargo?
A load of salt that bypasses the consortium.
He is asking us to be an accomplice to his illegal dealings.
The nerve of him, asking the Honorable House Wolford to do such a filthy job. No way we'd agree to that.
But consider this. Agreeing would secure us proof of his unlawful business.
Are you suggesting we report him to Hyzant?
I am saying it is an option.
You got a point. We have a duty to speak up when something's not right. That's the honorable thing to do.
We might even earn the Holy One's trust.
Have you all forgotten? Minister Sorsley is one of Hyzant's Saintly Seven. His connections run far deeper than ours. We must tread carefully.
Then we need solid evidence to convict him. I should think the salt he wishes us to transport would suffice. But we are the only ones that know it. And it is indistinguishable from the salt that is legally distributed. Far from the solid evidence we need.
Regrettably so.
One false move and we lose both Minister Sorsley's support and Hyzant's trust. Without proof, we have no choice but to go to Asfrost.
If only we had evidence of his misdeeds.
It comes as no surprise to see our opinions differ, but a decision must be made. To report Minister Sorsley's illegal dealings to Hyzant, or become a silent accomplice. Bring the scales. It is time to make our choice.
This is the utility versus liberty. I actually forgot that Benedict is for reporting them on this one. Which seems a bit unusual. But I guess maybe it's a hint that he'll be the one pushing for the Liberty ending at the very end of everything. Yeah, we won't spend too long talking to the townspeople. I'm happy that the provisions Mr. Sorcery sent are being met with joy by the people. Is there anything you would like me to relay to him in return? I think I went with the utility one last time, which is I did not think it possible to amass such riches under Hyzan's system of equality. I do hope Mr. Sorcery is not giving more than he can afford. Thanks to him, we can rebuild our town. Please tell him that we will not forget his generosity. Or before that, there's something I would know. What do you think of Mr. Sorcery as his vassal? So I guess for pushing the Liberty one, we probably want as many extra points as we can, because I think we're still under as far as Liberty goes. Probably like 400 points behind. Time to dunk on Sorcery. Yeah, we'll try to set it up that way anyway. He's one of the Saintly Seven and a greater liege than I deserve. I think his benevolent character should be apparent after all the aid he has bestowed upon Wolford. He's also a man committed to righteousness and will not tolerate any semblance of injustice or betrayal. Really now? You're the same, are you not, Lord Serenoa? But of course. A warning, no doubt. Perhaps Mr. Sorcery is not so generous as others make him out to be after all. And these houses are... yeah, they're relatively empty, and I think knowing that you can burn down the town in order to stop the Aspros army, maybe that's why those houses are empty. Again, so that the player doesn't miss out on stuff. I wonder if this merchant just never upgrades again. Because we've been playing New Game Plus for a while now, and I don't think he's ever restocked anything new. Yeah, I'm gonna spend a 5 grand on the extra large recovery. It's a little bit expensive, but Lionel has a fairly low stock of them, so I'm gonna make sure that where it's set. I'm also gonna buy a couple of large oil drugs. In case we need to actually make fire, or make use of fire terrain. Man, it is really funny how this shop has gone from like a source of rare goods from New Game to New Game Plus just being pretty lackluster. Sir Maxwell joined our army, though, the moment we got news of Prince Roland's death. Timing's too convenient. I can't help but feel there's something else going on here. Okay, I'm pretty sure I went with the utility one before, which is all we do for Wolford. I ask that you keep observations like these to yourself. This is proof of his resolve, one which I would support with all my might is the morality one. It's a pretty wishy-washy morality answer. Please say no more, I'd be willing to lie to my own soldiers. I know that you're an honest man, Lord Serna. I can surmise the turn of events from those words alone. I'll trust in you and ask no more. All the other soldiers feel the same. You needn't worry about a thing, Lord Serna. Thank you. I could not have gone this far without all of you. Yeah, that was quick and easy. Actually, before we begin the persuasion, I'm curious, what are our values at? Okay, so Liberty's still a decent amount behind utility, but we've basically not increased utility at all. And of course, concentrating on morality has got us way farther ahead. We're like plus 1400 from the last time I looked here. I guess if Liberty ends up overtaking utility by enough, I might just poke it up and just enough to get the Clairvoyant. But right now I'm not too concerned with that. We've got more soldiers than we could possibly use anyway, so... Okay, so this time we need to convince Roland, Gila, and Anna. Let's start with Roland.
Serenoa.
We have nothing to prove Mr. Sorceley's dealings illegal, nor would I want to pull our relationship with the put our relationship with the Holy State at stake. Right now, we need allies more than ever, leaving us no choice but to do Mr. Sorceley's bidding. We ought to make for Hyzan to report the illegal salt shipments. Although the mere thought of being party to these crimes, of spouting off baseless accusations will avail us nothing. House N aims to make us their pawn. If we give them an inch, they are apt to take a mile. The whole realm may know of your death, but I think it's still too dangerous to make way for Aesfrost. For our very lives may be forfeited if we are discovered, and we are not much good to this realm dead. Sure, this sounds like the most reasonable concern about following the utility path. Because we are arguing for what is probably the less logical.
I wonder.
Speculating all day would do us no good. We must face the facts. And right now, the fact is that we need House N's support if we are to recover from the heavy blows we've been dealt. You look as though you have more to say, my friend.
Moreover,
you needn't hold back. You know you can be honest with me. As your vassal, I cannot let you be an accomplice to these wrongdoings in all good conscience. If we go to Hyzan, we may be able to negotiate ourselves aid from the other saints. Salt is the financial foundation of the Holy State. If we expose Mr. Sorceley's crimes, we can easily gain the Holy One's trust. Let's say the middle one, because, well, I guess XM hasn't really been here to talk to us this time. Which, actually now thinking of it, this probably explains why a lot of these ignored our first games right through here where we talked to Exam and everyone just acted as though he never even was here. It's because the game needs to ignore it because we could have come from this branch. If we could do so without dirtying our hands, that would be more than ideal.
I suppose.
We have ties with Minister Exam and Minister Lila. Perhaps they would lend a sympathetic ear to our plea. Oh, now he acknowledges it. And this is without us visiting Hyzant as part of the diplomacy mission. So, like, this line makes more sense from the perspective of the previous playthrough. But in this playthrough, it almost seems like it's reaching a bit. Bringing Minister Sorcery's crimes to light won't be easy, nor is it without danger. Even so, it is a path worth considering. But Roland's indifferent. Rip. We might not have enough liberty then. Because Roland said it's worth considering, and then he didn't actually. As Prince Roland said, we should take the assault to Aspharos. Using Minister Sorcery without evidence would do us no good. Although we aren't getting Stonewall forecasts, so I don't know. I see, why are you opposed to going to Aspharos, Lord Serena? Roland's death has just been announced. Going to Aspharos would put him in unnecessary danger. If we have no evidence, we need only find it. We should not let a lack of proof spur us into compliance. The illicit salt trade is even more grave crime than we imagine. It is only a matter of time before Hyzant finds out about it. Maybe she'll be more receptive to this line than Roland was.
Quite true.
Aye, Hyzant mercilessly punishes those who go against the teachings. Insult is the divine boon from their goddess. Any illicit salt trading would likely be punishable by death. Perhaps the only way for us to escape with our lives now is reporting Minister Sorcery. Might we speak for a little longer, Hewitt?
Then?
Why, certainly. If there's anything you wish to say, I am all ears, my lord. Any wrongdoings will stay in the Wolford and Glenbrook family name forever, and I would rather not sully your honor if I could avoid it. Wish to expose Minister Sorcery not just to keep our hands clean, but to gain the Holy One's support by a show of good faith. The top one, basically like a pride cometh before the fall thing, so yes, let's do 2.
Good point.
I see, you want to use this as a means of getting closer to those in power. If all goes well, we may even get the aid we need without stooping to House N's crimes. We risk much by doing so, but stand to gain so much more. I haven't made up my mind just yet, but I'm glad we were able to talk. Hewitt was moved, yay!
What do you need?
The Saintly Seven have tremendous power in Hyzant, and Minister Sorcery is no exception. Reporting his crimes comes with no small measure of danger. We must make our decision carefully. It's a difficult decision to make, but I think it in our best interest to take the salt to Aspharos. Aspharos is our enemy, and I doubt we would be welcomed with open arms. Not to mention, we have no clue as to who our recipient might be. The production and management of salt is the foundation of Hyzant. I doubt they would let us off with a mere warning for where our crimes to be discovered. What Mr. Sorcery is doing is illegal, that much is certain, though we may not have proof, justice is on our side. Yeah, I think we keep pursuing the The risk angle.
Uh-huh.
As someone who once lived on the Holy Sake, I can say for certain your fears are not unfounded. Those who rebel against the Ghosts' teachings are punished equally, and there's no room left for reasons or negotiation. We had best steer clear of anything remotely resembling a crime if we value our lives. Gila, you know more about the Holy State than the rest of us. I would speak to you on the matter a little longer, if you don't mind. But of course, my lord. Why are you so determined to expose Minister Sorcery's crimes? Because he's a scumbag. All evil deeds must come to light, or all evil deeds come to light in time. I would expose Sorcery's wrongdoings before then and earn Hyzant's trust. House Warforged does not tolerate injustice. I would protect the integrity of my house. Mr. XM stands opposed to Mr. Sorcery. He would no doubt help us if we asked. Definitely not 2, but 1 and 3 seem like good arguments. But I think 3 is more reassuring.
Yes, I see.
If we had Mr. XM's support, our chances of success would improve drastically. He would regrettably drag us into Hyzant's political strife, but we should be able to use that opposition to our advantage. There's still time until voting commences. Until then, I hope you will reconsider where your token will fall. Yay! Solely Roland is being stubborn. We'll see where Anna falls.
Lord Saranoa.
So you believe it better to venture to Hyzant and disclose Master Sorcery's wrongdoings? Might I ask why? Azeroth is in enemy territory and is as such a greater danger to us. I would rather not put Roland at such risk if I could avoid it. We may not have evidence, but the fact that we have been asked to traffic illicit salt remains unchanged. If we speak to the other saints, they may yet find ourselves we may yet find ourselves an ally. There will be no small price to pay for our actions if brought to light. We must be proactive, else we risk being laid with all the blame. This sounds like an Anna answer.
Indeed.
I doubt anyone involved with a crime related to Hyzant's Divine Boon would get off easily. If our crimes were brought to light, I imagine Minister Sorcery would try to use us as our scapegoat. But if we make the first move, we may be granted with the Holy One's mercy and favor. I know the decision is not an easy one, but I truly think it in our best interest to go to Hyzant. Wow, that was easy. Let the voting commence.
It is time to cast our votes. Do we follow Sorslay's orders and smuggle salt across our borders, or do we take another path? Approach the scales of conviction with your token at the ready.
I stand by my decision.
After much deliberation, my mind remains unchanged. Apologies, my friend. Okay, whatever, Roland.
I agree wholeheartedly.
You've convinced me, Lord Serena.
I agree.
You have my support.
I have faith in you.
I've made up my mind. We should make for Hyzant.
The scales of conviction will illuminate the path we've chosen.
Six to 1. I should have sold Roland out. Yeah, sure.
The way forward is decided. We march to Hyzant and expose the minister's illicit dealings. We have chosen our path. We shall head to Hyzant and alert them of Minister Sorslay's wrongdoings.
Now that we have a heading, we need only move forward. Let us make haste.
Indeed. No matter how perilous the road ahead may be, we must not falter.
Anna, begin the preparations.
Yes, sir.
So I expect to get attacked by Sorcery on the way.
In exchange for his aid, Sorsley orders House Wolffort to transport his illicit salt. Serenoa, however, intends to bring word of the minister's crimes to the holy state of Hyzant. In order to succeed, he must delve deep into the nation's internal affairs while avoiding Sorsley's notice.
Okay, maybe we'll be attacked by him in the city then.
So you've decided to accept my proposal. A wise decision, Lord Serenoa.
Hopefully we kill Sorcery ourselves this time. Would be nice, yeah.
As you have requested, none shall know of the salt's
But you are still too young for true wisdom, it seems.
He means, let us not speak of the obvious, my lord. It's prudent to speak as little as possible to prevent any unnecessary complications. One never knows who might be listening.
Fortune favored you with a capable retainer.
I beg your pardon, Minister, but I must entreat you to recall the aid you offered in exchange for ours.
I give you my word it shall be done. Booker, I'll leave the rest of the arrangements to you.
Yes, Minister. If you all will follow me into the antechamber, we may discuss the details further.
Oh boy, we have to deal with Booker. Surprisingly, nothing over at Twins Gate. Although maybe it's a little too soon. I would kind of expect the game to eventually comment on us, just like turning around and going the opposite direction. So, Council of the Saintly Seven speaks with the Merchant Querus on matters of salt and receives a startling report. So I guess this is information we were probably not privy to when we took the other direction.
What? Who would dare send an army to test our borders?
Maybe we killed Booker too, maybe. He did just kind of like vanish after we beat him up the one time.
They are soldiers of House End, by all appearances.
Sorcery, you go too far too often of late.
Perhaps this means the rumors are true, Minister Kamsal.
There is still nothing to conclusively prove End's involvement in illicit salt trading.
Which is why you must investigate. You are Hyzant's Minister of Domestic Affairs, are you not? The illicit salt market grows larger by the day, strangling our own trade.
Ah yes, of course Querus would say that. Yay, Querus! Yeah, we get to use him for our ends this time. Mine, I guess we did trick him into doing stupid things in the other route.
Against one of the Saintly Seven, I can do nothing without the Hierophant's express permission.
Perhaps you cannot. But is there not another with plans already in motion?
Exham, you mean? Even so, I am not at liberty to act on naught more than a whim. I must prioritize our land's stability above all else.
Alright, let's see if Cordelia has got any difference in this scene. Hey, this is the Cordelia.
I am queen. What should I do?
This is the first Cordelia and Laura bonding scene.
You should listen to the Archduke and obey.
Is that all the Archduke wants? An obedient wife? And here I thought the Esfrosti valued freedom.
So long as you must look to others, you do not deserve freedom. Freedom is a privilege, and only those with the strength to see their will realized are deserving of it. It is not given, it is taken. And it is not often taken easily. This I know.
I see. Thank you.
Next time you think to ask that question, answer it yourself.
Brother, father, look over me until I find the strength I require.
What is Gustadolf thinking to marry a sniveling brat? No glory is worth her dismal company.
It is unacceptable. He should have let me deal with those obstinate boors in Glenbrook.
Okay, I guess we'll see what Booker has to offer us here. Serena and his retinue decide not to transport Sorceley's illicit salt, but will their risk see them rewarded? Rewarded with a fight, probably.
You've made a bargain with Minister Sorsley?
The appearance of one in any case. But we mustn't grow complacent.
Aye. One of his men wouldn't stop glowering at Benedict.
He may yet suspect our true motives. Nevertheless...
We shan't stray from the course we've decided upon, if that's what worries you. Tell them, Benedict.
Minister Sorsley has asked us to deliver unregulated salt to Esfrost by means of a secret route. We shall make it appear as though we are bound for the Grand Duchy, but in truth, we shall divert from the route and make for the capital of Hyzant.
I've already scouted the way. A shortcut through the ravine. Then you intend to use the illicit goods to prove Minister Sorsley's crimes to the Hierophant.
But will a little salt be enough to land one of the Saintly Seven in the dungeons? After all, he's influential and well-connected enough to have weathered unsavory accusations for years. If we don't present our case perfectly, we're apt to be the ones clapped in chains, not the other way around.
We only need get to the capital for our plan to succeed. The Saintly Seven may pretend they stand united, but there are cracks in that facade. If we but exert the right leverage, Sorsley will fall.
Indeed. Now then, we shall depart come midnight.
As you command.
Eridor!
Right you are. Quiet as a mouse I'll be.
Serenoa and his retinue depart the Citadel of the Sands under the cover of night, and make their way to the Hyzantian capital. They press onward through the moonless dark, guided by naught but the faintly flickering light of hope.
In the dead of night, Cyrano and the others approach the Citadel of the Sands on their way to the capital. Oh. I guess there was... the green exclamation point took a bit to appear, so I guess we'll do that first. Report from one of his subordinates spurs Sorcery to take a new course of action. Yep, definitely getting attacked by Sorcery.
House Wolford means to betray me, you say? What leads you to believe this?
A chance sighting one of my vassals had of a suspicious woman, apparently poking around the path to the capital. From her description, there's no doubt she was none other than Anna of House Wolford. The woman who serves, incidentally, at Benedict's right hand.
She is his creature. I see. Then they mean to bring evidence against me.
The danger is too great to be ignored, Minister.
Indeed. I trust you will take care of it before it becomes a problem.
Of course. I've sent soldiers that way already, and I shall join them shortly.
That sounds like we might be killing Booker here, which would explain why he just promptly disappears in the other route. Damn it, Anna. Yeah, she's a good spy, but not a perfect spy.
Good. We haven't been followed.
Or have we?
No cause to relax just yet, milady. The moment you drop your guard is the moment the enemy's apt to strike. Ain't it, Benedict?
Indeed. This is where I would position soldiers for an ambush, were I to set a trap for us.
Aye. A hunter would have the upper hand here.
Let us scout the area to be safe.
We should see how the others fare and ensure we've not been too conspicuous. Poison recovery pellet. So I guess they made sure to have both choices lead to maps with extreme differences in height. Which I guess makes sense if they want to push for the latter guy. Takes a true veteran like Eredor to see the signs of an ambush lying in wait. I am well impressed. Though I lack his experience, I swear to you that Prince Roland shall not fall under my watch. I pray we are not attacked for trying to bring justice to light, but should it come to that, then so be it. I will not back down. We've no choice but to report such a naked abuse of power. Who would have thought one of the Saintly Seven would be so bold as to illegally distribute salt? Everyone, of course. With great power comes great irresponsibility. I'm sure Sorsley's been meticulous about hiding his misdeeds. He'll no doubt be equally observant of us. Hey, Kirby. Nice almost pyramid. Hey, some annoying person. Enjoy your lurk. Sorcery will not hesitate to shed our blood if he finds out we are moving against him. It is fortunate that everyone is ready for battle, for I sense one will soon find us soon enough. Ranged Windstone. Oh boy, we're probably gonna be attacked by a bunch of lightning mages. This sneaking doesn't suit me, if I'm honest. I'd much rather take the fight to him. But worry not, I'll keep you safe, even if they try to ambush us. Do you keep your voice down, Eredar? They'll not ambush us so easily if they cannot hear us coming. If House End attacks, they would hand us a chance to secure a witness to their crimes. All that matters is that Frederica and Roland remain safe. Guard them with your life. Liberty. Forgive me, I got caught up in the moment, as you do, every single time. But permit me to say that keeping me speaking at a whisper might be harder than simply taking our steel to him. Damn it, Eredor. Indeed, as Eredor says, the enemy is apt to strike when we drop our guard. Spoken like a true survivor of the Salt Iron War. Do not fear for me, Lord Serena. I shall do my part when we reach Hyzant. If the enemy has set a trap for us, it may have been my survey of alternate routes that lured them to my presence. Or to our presence. I felt eyes upon me multiple times. I pray they were not the enemies. Well, Vanna, unfortunately. Any trap House End sets as a good opportunity to secure a witness to their crimes. We cannot be sure that they were. Perhaps it was someone sympathetic to your cause, as it were. Yeah, that's pretty wishful thinking. I know of no better spy than you. If the worst comes to pass, the order was mine and I shall answer for it. Well, let's say the Liberty one anyway. Because I don't want to increase the utility right now. You jest. I do not. I know of none more dedicated to their craft or the task at hand. You inspire all of us. Surely it is not so fanciful an idea that you might gain the admiration of another. I thank you for your encouragement. I confess I've never heard such kindness. Yeah, that's a very weird line of thinking, but... Serenoa and an OTP. Sure, we'll go with that. Alright. Oh, there is one more sparkly thing. $1,200 coin. I'll gladly take that, since we're slowly hemorrhaging money. Normally morality has me saying stupid shit, not liberty. It's true. I should gather the others. Perhaps they found something by now. Party keeps a watchful eye on their surroundings, but finds it strange when not even a stray footprint is seen.
Have you found anything?
No, my lord. Only our own footprints.
Strange.
Few travel this path, but it is still traveled.
Someone must have covered their tracks.
Well, if it isn't House Wolfort's motley crew, Imagine my surprise at finding you here. Whatever are you doing?
We were merely on our way to...
No need for pretense, my lord. Not when his life is forfeit for having discovered us.
I think you have it the wrong way around. Die.
No, you. Why did we still let our guard down? We knew there was going to be an ambush. Why didn't we position people to counter-ambush them? Damn, he's immune to fury and immobility. Dude, he also has question mark hit points, so I guess it's safe to assume it's over 1,000. Surprisingly low jump for being an assassin. Dude, what is his speed? He's probably like supersonic. Ah, he's slower than Evlora. Still fast, but actually slower than I would have expected. Probably go up to the right and try to secure this hill. Although it's not going to be easy. It's over Serena, I have the high ground. Oh no! And most of this hill is flammable too, which might become a problem with the amount of fire magic I use. Lionel can taunt this bowman from here. We have to be careful of how much we use the ranged recovery pellets too. Because Lionel's starting to actually, well, not completely run out, but it's low enough to be concerned. Starting to need the trade post less and less now, too. So everyone's tier 3. I could get her more accuracy. Kind of expensive at this point, though. But I'm not sure. Not sure what other upgrades I want to buy for anyone else. Mostly because I don't have the materials for a lot of these. Like, we've been getting a lot of low-grade materials, and these are barely whatever upgrades. Well, I guess there's not really a lot to use this on, so might as well buy it, Serana. She is starting to have less than perfect against some enemies, so it's not the worst purchase. Could also do accuracy up 2 for Huette. 1 superior timber, 1 quality fiber, that's like 1650. It's a 3,000 coin upgrade. Maybe we'll hold off for now. Alright. Match will run my drink down quite quickly tonight, so I'm gonna go refill it before we start this, since I expect this to be a drawn-out battle, so I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm back. Let's do this.
You'll have to be cleverer than that to outwit me. Here, this is what you get for trying to make fools out of us.
We must put an end to this. Take them all down.
I see a path to victory.
I guess probably because of his act twice, he's shown as threatening basically everything. Well, that makes things interesting.
This must work.
Well now, for my lord.
I will end this.
Except he just waited. So I guess it is... He's like Avlora, where he's gonna hang out for a bit before actually attacking.
You won't catch me.
Charge!
This battle is ours. My arrow flies true. Try this.
Damn.
Watch out for the archers up there!
Serenoa, we must do something. If we stop moving for even a second, they'll have us.
There's nowhere to run once it starts raining arrows.
From where shall we strike?
Death from above!
Count on me.
Okay, Chila should be able to go before anyone else could attack Narv.
Here you go. I appreciate it.
So otherwise I had to walk far out with Medina to heal him. Alright, see you at night.
Time for some sorcery. Don't be afraid.
Good try. Impossible. For my lord.
That's annoying.
For my lord.
Fine. Looks like I shall have to kill you myself.
Impressed?
Let me heal your wounds.
This is bad. Booker didn't wait too long to move.
This is what I do.
My utmost thanks.
You cannot impede progress? Combat is not thine elves' forte.
Let me show you what I've learned.
We might have to try to kill Booker. Because his double acting is gonna get old and stupid.
Two ashes.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. A brief respite.
Is he... He's not immune to poison. He is immune to sleep. Yeah, he's basically immune to anything that could possibly be useful against him for the most part.
You won't escape.
You've left yourself open.
This'll hurt.
Allow me.
Although, I guess poison against his frequent turns will be interesting.
My turn.
This is where you fall!
Allow me.
This will break her invincibility, though. So as tempting as it is to utilize that.
Stay right there! For a better world. Count on me. We're counting on you. I will end this. Stay right there.
Back at you.
Alright, had to use a revival for that, but I'm fine.
The hunt is on.
Giving it up. As long as we can kill Booker.
Take aim.
Defeat is not an option.
Wait your turn.
Together.
For my kith and kin.
No. I failed to stop them. I failed House End.
Alright, it's one down. Except now we have, like, no way to protect Narv.
Too obvious.
Poor Bookie. He deserved it.
What should I do?
Much obliged.
I can do this.
You cannot impede progress? See what Lionel can do.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Your wounds are healed.
Much obliged.
Ouch!
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Welcome back, Knight. How's it going? We killed Booker, but I don't know if we're in a position to do much more here, and that's a problem.
Your orders?
We don't have any evasive spice.
Take this.
Lionel always pays his debts. Charge!
Take that!
Whatever it takes. Here you go. Thank you. Here you go. You have my gratitude. I'm here to help. Let me show you what I've learned.
Really wish I could get these bows.
Time to take flight. Try this. This battle is won.
Damn.
From where shall we strike? make this quick.
I have...
You cannot impede progress?
Hmm. We really can't have that happening. So then we won't have any pressure on the archers up here now. There's definitely way too many bodies here. I don't think we'd want to retreat into the canyon, because then we'd just be attacked from like here and here by all 4 archers. I guess we could be more aggressive about Medina's item usage, but I don't think we could kill this much shit and Booker. I think regardless we're gonna restart, because it's just gonna turn into a bloodbath. Booker too good. Nah, Booker no good. He's already dead. If anything, his goons are more competent than he is. I guess we'll try a position so we don't have to bail Narv out right away. think if there's any equipment changes we could make. I don't know if there's anything good enough.
You'll have...
I see a path to victory. This must work.
For my lord. For my lord.
My turn. Into the shadows.
Charge! This is where you fall! Damn it!
Here I come.
My arrow flies true. From this range.
Oh, we'll see if that blindness actually counts for anything.
Watch out for the archer! Serenoa, we must do something. Forward! Death from above!
I'll do my utmost. Here you go.
This will help.
Here you go.
My utmost thanks.
Time for some sorcery. Don't be afraid.
For my lord. For my lord.
Let me heal your wounds.
Alright, so Booker will actually wait. We hang back enough. It's interesting.
Here.
Sorry to worry you.
So I guess Serena being in his regular range probably caused him to aggro early.
Profit comes to the prepared.
Which... I guess this regular range of his 2 range attack is where I had Serena before. So he did have to use his act again to actually reach us. So this might be more manageable this way. Maybe.
Lionel shall give it his level best.
Yes.
I will end this. Flames, heed my call.
Let us pry out their weakness. Let us steel our defenses.
Allow me. Shadows conceal me.
For my lord. For my lord. I won't lose!
I'm not sure what I want to do with Roland. These guys are body walking now. This puts him in range of a bunch of stuff. I don't know if I like that. I guess we need to start killing some of this other stuff, so...
This is it!
Whatever it takes. to go.
1,000 thanks.
Hello, Zadin. Welcome to the stream.
Time to take flight. Try this. Victory is ours.
Forward! Death from above!
Yeah! Here I come.
Yeah, I'll snipe this one with him, and then Frederica I can pick on either this blade or the shield bearer.
Ready to see a spell?
You cannot impede progress? Combat is not Lionel's forte.
For my lord. Well now.
Let me heal your wounds.
Yeah, he's really just waiting because we sat outside his range a bit more.
Your wounds are healed.
You bastard.
I fight for peace.
Alright, we're gonna nuke this archer.
There is no mercy.
We're starting to take control of the hill, so there's that.
Let us reverse our fortunes.
Sound strike. This is the end.
Well now.
Now he's on the move.
Fine. Looks like I shall have to...
Count on me. Here you go. Whew. Thank goodness. It's for the people. Here you go. You saved my neck.
I won't lose. Out of my way.
All damage OP.
Damn it! From where shall we strike? Use this. Sorry to worry you.
Here I come.
Problem is, its crowd control is about to break. From these two.
Darkness engulfs you.
These archers do way too much damage.
Profit comes to the prepared. See what Lionel can do.
I shall do what I can.
For one and all.
The tides are turning.
Time for some sorcery. Don't be afraid.
Nice.
Your orders? Suffer.
Fortune smiles on Lionel.
Save the TP since the poison landed the first time.
This must work.
Allow me.
Double dodge, nice.
For my lord. Damn it!
I like how he just gave up there and waited. Oof. Getting a lot of use out of the evasion here.
Here you go. I can keep fighting.
That okay. That was totally aimed in the wrong spot.
Here you go. Thank you.
For victory! I'll try this. For my lord. For my lord. From where shall we strike? Death from above. That hit the mark. Damn it!
The hunt is on. This ends now!
Damn it, Hewlett.
Damn it!
Time to work.
Can't get at this guy because Lionel's blocking.
Cool heads shall prevail. For one and all.
Thank you.
Hey Trivolca, what map is this? This is the one where we decided to report Sorceley. Report to Hyzant for griefing.
Free of
Much
charge.
obliged. I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
This seems pretty good.
The fruits of my studies. Allow me. will make our ideals reality.
I shall try my level best. Stay composed.
You did this map, but you don't remember it? I guess Booker was just that forgettable. Ooh, nice dodge.
Every defense has a weakness. Close, but not quite.
For the greater good. Here you go. I can keep fighting.
My turn.
You won't catch me.
I'm gonna have her try to get in behind the archers. Because we need to get rid of them.
Charge! You don't stand a chance. From where shall we strike?
I don't want to let this guy get at Lionel, so I'm gonna do this instead. Even though I'd really like to kill this blade.
For my kith and kin. For my lord. For my lord.
Have you brought Korg?
Seems that tumble really took its toll on him.
This is it. For you.
Ugh. Actually missed.
This battle is ours. This battle is won.
Leave it to me! For my kingdom!
Okay, good.
Let me heal
We're
your
baiting them into attacking the mages despite the fact that they're invincible.
This is what I do.
My apologies.
Hey, Lempi. Battle's progressing alright. Yeah, I pushed Booker off the cliff with Roland. And then he's just, he took a tumble and couldn't figure out how to get back. Damn, I want to Scorch, like, here and stuff, but that's gonna light Sarah Noah on fire. I guess we could do this. Seems pretty okay.
With the powers in me. Here I come. Ready to see a spell.
Let us try out their weakness. Your defense is weak.
Now we make our riches.
Oh dare.
Impressed?
I'll do my utmost.
That may end up opening up a spot for Booker to attack though. Which is maybe concerning.
Here you go. Thank you. Here you go.
Lionel thanks you.
Every defense has a weakness.
Yeah, here it comes.
For my lord. Back at you.
Rude.
Allow me. Victory is within reach. It's over.
I won't lose. Be gone. Yes. Carefully. I need this.
Have you brought cork?
Yeah, that was definitely a 1% he missed.
See what
That last turn. Very annoying.
Time to take flight. I won't miss. I will fight to my last breath. Not another step. This battle is won.
Nice dodge.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. This must work. For the future of House Wolford.
Every defense has a weakness.
Maybe next time. Back at you.
Nice.
Well now.
Epic dodge.
I'll show you what I can do.
I like how him trying to fight it out with Serenora is actually becoming a problem for him because of the counterattacks.
Don't be afraid. I did it.
Impossible. The numbers are on our side.
That may be, but sheer numbers will not defeat us.
I will suffer no cur who dares sully House N's good name.
For the greater good. Here you go.
My thanks.
I shall do what I can. Your wounds are healed.
Much appreciated. Allow me.
Your orders?
Sleep.
Got him.
From where shall we strike? I need this.
Charge!
Take that! Away with you!
Ah, I didn't quite kill him.
Well now, bask in your final moments. Every defense has a weakness.
Have you brought Korg?
The hunt is on.
Guess I'll just do this since it kills him.
Let us try out their weakness.
For the greater good. Here you go. Here you go.
This will help.
Let me heal your wounds.
Go swiftly.
Just means Booker doesn't have enough numbers. Clearly.
Here I come.
Gonna have him wait here for now. Pop out whenever he can do a ton of damage.
Your orders?
Wow, the cliff is really blocking that? That's so stupid.
I will end this.
For my lord, the pain will end soon. Well now. Impressed? I'll make this quick. For victory!
Can't do this.
Here.
Don't want to let him combo it into 2 attacks.
Lionel has arrived! This is it for you.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Count on me. Here you go.
The tides are turning.
This has been yet another expensive battle.
For my lord. Back at you.
Time to work. This'll hurt. Shadows conceal me. Let me show you what I've learned. With the powers in me. This battle is ours. You'll get no mercy from us.
Maybe next time.
Good dodge.
Time for some sorcery.
I shall do what I can.
Your wounds are healed.
My thanks.
One step closer to our hope.
This is only temporary. Back at you! This is not good.
What? He ran away and came back. That makes perfect sense.
I'll make this quick. Charge! My lance strikes true.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. A brief respite.
Much appreciated.
For the greater good.
Sheila can heal Serena, so I think I'm gonna get TP back for Frederica.
Here you go. You have my gratitude.
Lionel has arrived!
I fight for peace. I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
Game, he's charged up, but we can't do Mystic Beam because he's not got the height for it.
This battle is ours. My arrow flies true.
Get wrecked.
I failed to stop them.
Let me heal your wounds.
Your wounds are healed.
I can keep fighting.
Not even stopping to heal itself.
Not an option.
Questionable.
That hit the mark. Charge!
For the greater good. you go. I can keep fighting.
We're still on track for Deathless, excluding Roland's mishap. Yeah. I ended up restarting this one because we pulled Booker early and it got Anna killed. So there's that too.
You won't escape. Sound strike.
You've left yourself open.
I feel stronger already. This'll hurt. Sound strike.
Too slow.
Lionel has arrived.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Might as well.
This must work.
Here I come. This battle is won. Allow me.
Guess we'll just let Narav handle it himself.
I'll show you what I can do. Ready to see a spell?
Let me heal your wounds. Be at ease.
This will help.
Okay, the healer finally healed itself.
For the honor of House Wolfort.
I'll do my utmost.
My turn.
Charge!
Lionel has arrived.
One more turn for Lionel before we get the kill
I
here.
see a path to victory. All for victory.
This will do.
Yeah. Just clean up.
I fight for peace. Here I come.
Pushing Booker off the cliff was a massive change.
I hope you'll
Because he got stuck down there and had no idea what to do.
Just hold on, everyone.
And then once he did get up there, he kept basically killing himself on Cyrano's counterattacks. I'm pretty sure he lost like 500 hit points from doing that, just continuously attacking into him.
This will help. For the honor of House Wolfort.
Count on me. Your orders?
I won't lose.
Have you brought corn?
I see a path to victory.
Let me show you what I've learned. The hunt is on.
My turn.
Ha! Yeah. Whatever it takes.
From where shall we strike?
time for some sorcery.
Charge!
Brace yourself!
The "why are you hitting yourself" meme. Yeah, I mean, technically Booker was doing 3 times as much damage to Serenoa. So it's not like he was being useless, but he was definitely causing himself a number of issues. Yay, victory indeed. I may have to actually start considering pawning off these low-level materials, because they don't do enough for us if we purchase the upgrades. But I could really use the extra healing items, so I might start selling them.
Have mercy.
No, you.
Victory is ours. Surely we needn't shed yet more blood.
We cannot spare him, my lady. Not when he knows what we intend to do.
He was complicit in the salt fraud, was he not? Perhaps he might agree to bear witness for us.
Yes, yes. I'll tell you everything. Whatever you wish.
Then let us attempt it.
Fools! You haven't won yet. Once I report to Minister Sorcelet, he will crush your pathetic house.
Really? Nice. Go, Anna. And a redemption arc.
You
Yes.
certainly took your time, Anna.
No more than was necessary.
Unfortunate. We'll have to find another witness.
His lips may have been sealed, but it's only a matter of time until this betrayal is discovered.
We must prove our case before that happens. Come, let us hurry to the capital.
Yes. Oh my Washindaru.
After surviving an ambush at the hands of Sorcelay's retainer, Booker, Serenoa and his retinue arrive at the Hyzantian capital.
Does the narrator add anything to the game? Us not needing to read the text ourselves?
I thank you for bringing this matter to my attention. That said, salt makes for poor evidence. There's simply no way of telling legitimate goods apart from illicit ones.
Surely, as Minister of Domestic Affairs, rumor of Sorcelay's illegal salt trade has reached you.
Rumor, yes, but nothing more. From foreign sources, no less. I cannot help wondering if these rumors are more intended to drive a wedge between us and Sorcelay, and in doing so, throw our land into chaos. Not that I would question the honorable intentions of House Wolfort, of course.
I understand you have good reason to doubt in your position, Minister Kamsel.
I'm so sure it's
weeding
useful,
out corruption
yes.
is a duty that falls to House Farrant. If you find anything else, pray, inform me at once.
Of course.
It's too bad. Like, surely Booker had something on him that might have
So,
proved
he
things.
wants us to bring him further evidence before agreeing to aid us. Even one of the Saintly Seven can only act upon the surest foundation, it seems.
Well, maybe XM will be more useful. Kamsel seems like a good dude. He does seem more
House
upstanding
Wolford,
than the
eager
others.
to report House N's illicit dealings to Hyzant, rebuffs an attack from Booker, Sorslay's loyal assistant, and gains entry to the city. Alas, Kamsel, one of the Saintly Seven, informs them that charges cannot be brought without hard evidence of Sorslay's misdeeds.
That woman that sounds like Marin seems good too. Yeah, Lila.
I see the salt matter is being addressed.
Exactly as you predicted, no less. I never expected House Wolford to so much as entertain the idea.
The Wolforts are formidable, always striving to do the right thing. Which is also what makes them so easy to manage.
What are you scheming now?
Scheming? You make it sound so scandalous. All I do for our beloved Hyzant.
Do not play the fool. I know Minister Edor has taken notice of you.
Kamsel off-screen by Gustadolf. Yeah, Lila too, technically. Even though she was only captured.
You would do well not to let it go to your head. I certainly cannot bring myself to admire the man.
Oh, why ever not?
'Tis not worth going into detail. Suffice to say, I would not mourn him should some grave impropriety come to light.
Then, for now, let us gleefully await the Wolfort's next move.
Well, time for Sorsle to lose his mind, I guess. Within the Citadel of Sands, Tenebris finds Sorsle in high spirits.
Well, if it isn't Tenebris. Gloomy as ever, I see.
And I guess also the scene where Anna kills Booker, who's trying to escape, definitely explains why Booker just disappears and never returns in other routes.
Minister Sorsle, I see you are in high spirits.
And why shouldn't I be? House Wolfort is ferrying my salt as we speak. An illustrious house from the Salt Iron War trying to win my favor. It's laughable.
But can they succeed, being as ignorant to the circumstances as they are?
If they fail, I simply lay the blame upon them and see their house duly punished. I shall gain merit in place of money.
I did not take you for an optimist. Or have you forgotten of Exham and Kamsel's suspicions?
You speak as if it were my problem alone, my dear Tenebris.
Do not misunderstand. It is because we are tarred with the same brush that I have come to warn you. Your dealings of late have grown, perhaps overly so. You would make an enemy of the other saints, should they notice.
And would you too turn against me, Tenebris?
Most certainly not. Our fates are tied.
Good. Now leave me.
Pray, be careful, Minister.
Booker killed in a parallel universe caused a quantum collapse in his wave function in existence in other routes. Schrodinger's Booker. Something like that.
What need have I for caution? I have never failed, nor will I ever.
Yeah, it's totally only Booker who failed. Cerados searches for evidence in Dick Sorcery, but will he find it in time? Maybe we'll find and talk to that dude who is doing the bookkeeping.
Sorcelet may well come to end us once he hears of our allegations.
As if he already hasn't attempted that.
There is no turning back now. We must move swiftly.
So how shall we proceed?
We must provide hard evidence, as Minister Camsell requested.
And I wish to be named Archduke of Esfrost. Does he understand what he asks of us? We have no leads.
Salt is a well-regulated commodity, and numbers do not lie. If this illicit trade exists, someone will have altered the ledgers.
Of course. We'll gather what information we can on Sorcelet until the evidence we seek reveals itself. Let us canvass the town and see what we find.
Agreed. We should split up and search for clues.
Let's split up, gang. Time to gather some testimony as to Sorcery's crimes. Sweet recovery, huh? I'm afraid I'm close for the day. Need to balance the ledger, you see. To come again. Not now. I have more pressing concerns at present. Wait, this guy's just called a rebel? That TAM officer hunting me like a dog. If he would but leave this place, I could return to my home. Tis all hearsay, but I understand Aspharos occupies Glenbrook. The kingdom is a den of iniquity, it's true. Their lack of adherence to the goddess' teachings have no doubt brought this fate upon them. Wow, nice victim blaming. Support the Rebel Alliance. I mean, if they'll help me get the evidence, maybe. Someone's left a journal behind, best not to pry. But it could be evidence. Illegal jester, where is all this talk coming from? I will not stand for these absurd accusations. What proof have you? Frankly, none, sir. Well, when you do as much business as I do, rumors about oneself tend to propagate. It would behoove you to interrogate the rumors you hear before repeating them. Yes, but it would also be best not to let sleeping rumors lie. Keep digging and keep me apprised of any new information you find. I am eager to be of service. Okay, Chorus. I judge by your garb you hail from Glenbrook. Have you come to gaze upon the wonder that is the holy state? Surely you have many tales from your journey to our fair lands. Do tell, do tell. I fear this will become a long conversation. I'll have to save it for another time. Sure, all sounds like a ledger to you. Exactly. Saintly Seven had been recognized by the goddess of Salt herself and are tasked with leading the faithful of Hyzant. Atop this order sits a Holy One, who enjoys the privilege of hearing the goddess speak in her own words. The Holy One then disseminates her words to the Saintly Seven and hand them down to the people, thus granting the Holy State her blessings. I, of course, take pride in the uniquely superior construction of our society. But how do you, as an outsider, find it? It has advantages and disadvantages like any other. I hesitate to call it superior. Not so unusual, the Holy One is your sovereign, and the Saintly Seven their loyal ministers. Systems of rule are not so easily compared. They are the results of choices made by people over the arc of their shared history. I like the Liberty answer more. I will not have you put us in with the other nations, so you could not be more wrong. Saintly Seven protect the and follow the goddess' teachings, just like us. They do not operate on greed as the rulers and nobles of other nations do. Right, of course not. They're not simple oracles sent to lead the people. Yes, so your dogma tells us, though I think you'll find this does not account for human nature, which is not so easily controlled. Only those who have official business with the ministry may enter. If you've no appointment, I must ask you to leave. I've learned that my secretary was investigating Minister Sorcery as well. Surely he left some notes in his journal. You have my blessing to read it if you find it. The cause tolerates much in the search for the truth. This must be the journal Lila's secretary keeps. Looks like he underlined something here for emphasis. I find Sorcery N's recent behavior highly irregular and improper. He took a meeting with Glenbrook officials in secret, wherein he dispersed generous bribes. Robbing Glenbrook officials? This is extremely valuable evidence, so I must make note of it. See? Evidence! There's a woman living near the ministry whose life is consumed with rumors of all sizes and sorts. She always has some fresh morsel or other. It would behoove you to speak with her. A rumor monger, you say? Then I should very much like to speak with her, yes, thank you. Quality timber, hooray! I think it was the journal itself that was blinking, probably because I finally talked to Lila about it. Looking for a rebel who was last seen in the area. Have you any memory of such a person? Might he mean the one who just wants to go home? Perhaps this rebel will provide me with some information if I can convince this guard to move. I cannot say that I have. I did see someone rather suspicious leaving the city. I did see someone... No, we're just saying that. You what? Thank you, good sir. You've done a good deed this day. Pray be calm, for he is gone. Essie, at last I can enter my own home. You have my everlasting gratitude. Is there naught I can do for you, good sir? You can provide me with information. Do you know anything of House N's illicit salt dealings? Illicit salt dealings? No, I'm afraid not. Then even a source will do. How might one go about prying into the affairs of House N? As you seem quite determined, you may as well search their encampment itself. Tis located beside the entrance to the source. If Sorcery has anything to hide, we will most certainly have hid it in there. The end encampment. If we cannot find the proof we seek there, then it genuinely does not exist. Yet it is also the most brazen and dangerous course of action. We'll have to wait for the cover of darkness. Oh boy, I guess we're gonna start a fight in Sorceley's manse. If you were to search the end encampment, you had best do so at night. Only those with special permission may enter the palace. Take your leave. Mr. Exam is occupied for the moment. If you have business with him, I bid you write him a letter. A letter? That presumes I have something to write with. Can't let you pass without proper permission. Access to the source is forbidden! Gasp! Asteros boasts of their freedom from the mountaintops, yet it's only ever the rich and powerful that rise to the top of the wretched duchy. Well, here in Hyzant, all are equal under the gods' watchful eye, and all may live in peace. Right. I scarcely need ask, but which nation, in your estimation, has the right of it? You're both dicks. Freedom is a necessity for all. I stand with Asteros on this matter. It is the work of a nation's leaders to ensure peace and equity. We have much to learn from Hyzant's rule. Neither. The Kingdom of Glenbrook, which I say beats you both. Get owned. Ah, don't make me laugh. The very notion of a nation conquered by Asteros being in the right is pure folly. It was turning away from the goddess' teachings that brought this fate upon them. They would have driven Aspharos from their shores had they but embraced her. So this is how the faithful of Hyzant think. So the bribes my secretary mentioned in his journal appear to be true. All that remains is to see what role they play in his illicit distribution enterprise. Still locked. So none of the information we gathered mattered. At least for Claris. Okay, well, time to Mission Impossible into the mansion. Did Aspharos win because they embraced the goddess' teachings? Obviously. I've heard enough. Now to return to the encampment and organize my thoughts.
What news? Have you learned anything?
Sorceley is shrewd. He'll not reveal his true colors so easily.
Nothing can remain hidden indefinitely. A thorough review of the testimony shall show us the truth.
Benedict is right. Let us review what we know to be true.
Lord Serenoa, what does the evidence at hand suggest? Let us begin with Sorceley himself. What is his crime?
Sold illicit salt. He bribed nobles right under the noses in our noses in Glenbrook.
He bribed nobles right under our noses in Glenbrook.
How could I have been so blind to his dealings in the upper echelons of my own kingdom?
Hey, Kron, the hinting always felt pretty particular. Which hinting now?
Though we know this to be true, I doubt we'll build a worthy case now that Esfrost rules the Crown City.
If we cannot secure the help of the remaining saints, we've no choice but to present our case directly to the Hierophant. Doing so will require incontrovertible proof of Sorslay's improprieties.
These are locked too, so... Wonder if this comes back up again after we break into the mansion. Oh, the way I discover the hints to unlock options. The game's basically mocking me. Fair enough.
Incontrovertible proof that we lack, unfortunately.
Then, we must prepare to face charges of false accusation.
Now then, let us focus on where we might find the evidence we need.
Hierophant's Palace, Sorslay's encampment.
By which you mean Sorslay's encampment?
Precisely. Not the one at the Citadel of the Sands, so far from the source. Right here, in the capital.
I know its location.
Might the bribe Sorsley plied Glenbrook's nobles with be connected to his illicit dealings?
The trouble remains that we've got no proof of anything.
End's encampment is our primary target, then. But it's too dangerous to get near, let alone inside.
Despite our best efforts, I'm afraid we haven't evidence enough to confront him over his crimes.
And Sorsley will find us out soon enough, if he hasn't already.
Time is of the essence, then. What is our next move?
Though we lack proof, we'd best raise the issue with Kamsel once more.
It's not letting me break into Sorslay's place. You were relatively thorough in your playthrough and constantly had locked options and no idea how to unlock them. We won't save for now.
Serenoa and his retinue know House End is involved in the illicit salt trade, yet fail to secure any solid evidence to back up their claims. Their position growing tenuous, House Wolffort makes a reckless bid to persuade Kamsel, Minister of Domestic Affairs, to levy charges.
I think I got a question wrong. I got the same result.
Minister Kamsel will join our cause, won't he?
We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. Yeah. Because the game really made it feel like, alright, our next battleground is Sorslay's encampment, except we're definitely not going that direction.
It's hard to be sure, but we must press our case and have faith. That is all that is in our power to do.
You! Are you House End's dogs?
A messenger, my lord, from the palace. I seek Lord Serenoa Wolffort.
You have found him.
Lord Wolffort, you have been accused of coercing Minister Sorsley End unto unlawful acts. Your presence is required at the palace so the Holy One may question you.
House End is the guilty party, not Serenoa.
If you've testimony to give, you are welcome to stand witness at the trial.
My lord, this may be a good opportunity to bring our case directly to the Hierophant and the other powerful entities of Hyzant. I expect the Saintly Seven are not of one mind on this matter. If you can persuade some of the ministers to side with us, Sorsley will have nowhere to run.
Perhaps. Or you could end up the one with his head on the chopping block, Serenoa.
Even so, we cannot make an enemy of Hyzant, else we truly will be alone.
Time for more politics.
Plead my case to the Holy One and the Saintly Seven, and hope that they believe me.
Holy One summons the Saintly Seven to the palace. Camsel and Exum consider their next move.
You've been summoned to the palace, Minister Camsel.
We fail, maybe we'll get to play Salt Mining Simulator. Yeah, I don't think that'll be it.
The Holy One is to hear the accusations against Minister End and question House Wolfort.
Very well. So, Sorsley has made the first move. Serenoa must not have been able to secure evidence against him after all. But order cannot truly be restored simply by sentencing House Wolfort. I must make of this opportunity what I can.
So there is to be a trial. I see.
The Holy One requires the presence of the Saintly Seven immediately.
And here I thought you nearly had him, Wolfort. Did I overestimate you? No matter. There is more than one way to trap a greedy boar.
Trial by combat.
Now then, who will be best put to the task?
So trial is held at the Hierophant's Palace. Will Sorcery be charged for his misdeeds? Games where we game that I could have possibly succeeded in finding evidence. It's a shame it's so bad at giving the evidence away.
Still accused by Minister Sorsley End will hereby commence.
Because that scene was 100% telegraphing that we'd go into End's encampment. So I consider that extremely bad writing.
We of the Saintly Seven will preside over this trial. Serenoa Wolfort, you stand before the Holy One. Do you swear by the goddess to speak the truth?
I swear.
To the Saintly Seven's questions and prove Sorcery's guilt.
Minister Exham Marshall, you may begin the proceedings.
We know Minister Sorsley quite well, having worked with him for these long years. But we know comparatively little of you, Lord Serenoa. Therefore, we must first determine whether you are worthy of our trust. Surely you have not forgotten his position among the Saintly Seven of the Holy State of Hyzant?
Of course, I haven't. Finding Sorcery guilty is more important.
I would never forget, but...
Then why do you lay these accusations at Sorsley's feet? As one of the Saintly Seven, he speaks with the voice of the goddess herself. Your actions undermine the goddess's ordained order. I have nothing further to ask.
Next, Minister Kamsel Farrant will make his inquiries.
You must understand the difficult position you have put us in, sauntering into our home to denounce one of our own. We are a welcoming people, and so must be wary of those who seek to take advantage of our open hearts. If a stranger came to you with unfounded accusations against one of your people, I doubt you would take him at his word. Have you any proof of the foul deeds you claim have taken place in our land?
I'm afraid we haven't been able to uncover any solid evidence.
That is unfortunate, Lord Serenoa. Hearsay is not enough for us to act upon. I have nothing more to ask.
Minister Tenebris, if you would.
It isn't strange that lay people would fail to grasp the goddess's infinite wisdom. We Seven, however, do understand her will. For most, our teachings are the only way they know how to live according to her plan. It is moot to judge Sorsley, one of the Seven, based on evidence brought against him by a layperson, no matter what that evidence may be. Unless you have testimony from one who understands the goddess's will, there is simply nothing we can do.
I have a witness to Sorsley's bribery. Lieutenant Everest will probably dismiss that. Scammed not even by the scales, scammed by the saints, scammed by the writing.
Sorsley met in secret with powerful Glenbrook officials and bribed them. Minister Lila's secretary can attest to this.
Oh? A secretary to one of the saintly Seven, you say?
My secretary's word is as good as my own. None is more devoted to the goddess than he. If any can grasp her will, he can.
I see. Well, I cannot argue against that. I've no further questions.
Minister Lila Viscraft, ask your questions.
It is plain to me that Sorsley has indeed engaged in misconduct, namely bribery. Yet while I do not doubt he bribed an official of Glenbrook, what the bribe was for remains unclear. Perhaps you can shine some light on the matter, Lord Serenoa?
Well, this probably won't take.
The unlawful salt is an inferior product bulked up with additives. Sorsley must have wanted to seal the official's lips with gold, lest word got out.
That makes no sense. Anyone would be able to tell what salt was unlawful if it was mixed with so many impurities. Paying for someone's silence over such a thing would be worthless. It seems you cannot tell us Sorsley's true motive. There is naught we can do now but speculate ourselves in circles. I have no more questions.
I, Idor Delmira, will ask one final round of questions. I cannot deny, Lord Serenoa, that Sorsley can be foolish. But he is also dedicated to the goddess, and he has worked much good as one of the Seven. Though he is not faultless by any means, I believe the goddess yet favors him. If we are to pass judgment on such a man, we must prove his guilt to the goddess herself. So let me ask you this, Serenoa Wolford. Where exactly are we to find such evidence against Sorsley and...
The encampment gets to be used here. That's kind of disappointing that it's just a dialogue option and not us actually getting to ransack his place.
There must be some evidence in House End's encampment.
Ah, yes. The goddess would not be able to see into a place so stripped of faith. Perhaps we would be remiss not to search the encampment on her behalf.
Oh wow, he just shit-talked Sorcery to his face.
My questions are done. Now we will confer with one another. The Holy One will pass judgment after hearing our opinions.
Yeah, let's see where this
Sarah
goes before you give me any meta information.
The Holy One has passed judgment.
Although we're probably screwed.
House Wolfort was found to have spoken untrue. You brought baseless accusations against the most exalted Sorcerer End of the Saintly Seven and sullied his good name. Such blasphemous actions cannot go unpunished.
Wait, we meant no insult against the goddess.
Luckily for you, her mercy extends even to heretics. You have one chance to atone. Face Sorcery's forces in battle, and emerge the victor.
What?
Let whomsoever earns the goddess's divine grace be cleansed of all sin.
Okay, that's unexpected. Trial by combat, apparently, yeah. Hierophant orders Serena to face Sorcery in combat. I'm guessing based on how the street lamp thing went, you have to say exactly the right thing to the exactly the right person, do the exact right events, as though you're doing an Ace Attorney game.
It will be as the Hierophant has decreed. House End and House Wolfort will battle until the other falls. May the Goddess of Salt bestow her eternal mercy upon the victor.
It's convinced them just murder them and
Am I
swiggle
hearing
here.
this right? So guilty criminals get to walk free if they win?
We've no choice but to do as they say. It is what the goddess teaches.
I'm a bad lawyer, confirmed. I don't think so. I think this is just bad writing.
And likely the outcome agreed upon by those who view Sorcerer as a threat.
Whatever the case may be, we must fight, and we must win.
They are united in their desire to destroy me. And it is your fault. You will pay for this, Wolfort.
Seven on 7, huh? Yeah, it's beyond strange that I wasn't allowed to try to break in. So like I said, the game definitely sequenced it like that was the next step. Break into the mansion and fight. They just keep a bunch of spikes around, huh?
May we return home unharmed.
You would have Lionel?
Chapter has 2 possible battle locations, so you got a different map. You got the same map, but you passed the trial? Wait, so even if you pass the trial, you have to fight? Are you assuming the encampment is an actual map? Might be. It's probably as good as it gets. I guess I should do that. You're like, why am I fighting Sorcery if he's guilty? This makes no sense. Yeah, this whole sequence makes no sense at all. The other branch with Aspharos is more compelling story-wise. Yeah, actually playing along was definitely more interesting. I get the impression they had, like, one primary thread they wanted to do, and the others are just kind of, like, half thrown together. So yeah, that's good, I guess. Sorcery actually fast. I mean, that's being the way they scaled the bosses all the time. They just give them like plus 35 speed.
You seek my demise, do you? I, whose oversight of the source brought prosperity to this land?
Do not twist the truth to obfuscate your crimes.
It seems you've forgotten the goddess's will. Allow me to remind you.
Be on your guard, my lord. Desperate opponents are deadly, for they fight with reckless abandon.
Come then. Let us settle this in honest combat.
I shall try my level best.
Yeah, he's got 37 speed for no real reason.
This must work.
Damn, so only a 79 hit.
This is it! I will make you regret every injury you inflict upon me.
Out of my way!
Here I come.
Is he just immune to it? Yeah, there's nothing listed, he's just arbitrarily immune. Yeah, grounding amulet. Fun. Sorcery himself immune. Although Tyrion's gonna be garbage. I guess I might have to Shadow Stitch here to protect Frederica.
Not another step.
And of course it doesn't land anyway.
You cannot impede progress. Lionel shall give it his level best. Yes! Ha ha ha! Yes!
From where shall we strike?
I'll do my utmost. I pray this helps.
I won't lose! Away with you!
Damn.
I cannot lose.
That's not enough to kill him either.
Flames, heed my call.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. You were overconfident.
How shall I destroy you?
Count on me. Here you go.
My utmost thanks.
The hunt is on. Not another step.
Of course.
Lionel has arrived.
For victory! I'll try this. Close, but not quite. Forward!
I'll make this quick.
To battle, I suppose.
I fight for peace.
With the powers in me.
I see a path to victory. A brief respite.
Ready for more.
This is gonna be really annoying.
Count on me. Here you go.
Tides are turning.
Here you go.
Sorry to worry you.
How shall I destroy you?
Damn it.
For victory! My lance strikes true.
Here I come. This battle is ours. Victory is ours.
What have we here? From where shall we strike? Now I end this.
I fight for peace.
Interesting going after Lionel instead of trying to finish Chouette off.
Flame my call!
Yeah, Roland uses the mask no matter what path.
I shall try my level best. Let us reverse our fortunes.
How shall I destroy you?
Count on me. Here you go. I appreciate it. For the people.
You cannot impede progress? See what Lionel can do.
Charge! You don't stand a chance! For my kingdom!
Time to take flight. Not another step.
Finally.
Defeat is not an option. I'll make this quick. To lead, I must grow.
Let me show you what I've learned. Stay right there.
Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. The moment I win, you will be cast into the source and left there to rot.
Map's gimmick is pushback stuff, I guess.
The Roselle have suffered too long under your cruelty. Mark me, Sorcelet End. You will pay for what you have done.
I shall try my level best.
My turn. If Lionel may.
How shall I destroy you?
You went after Serena instead of going for Benedict's back. Interesting.
I'll do my utmost. Here you go.
Lionel thanks you.
Here you go.
Lionel thanks you. Have you brought coin? Ha-ha!
My stratagem is superior.
Charge! You don't stand a chance!
My turn. Time to take flight. Focus. Goodbye.
I struck true.
I will fight to my last breath.
For
For the honor of House Wolfort. I'll make this quick.
I will end this. Flames, heed my call!
You spent a decent amount of time at the bottom of this map. Yeah, those shield bearers could definitely be nasty. I wonder how often they use this facility. It seems a very dedicated construction.
They're closing in.
It's probably there, like, for their amusement, and they're only pretending that it's used for this kind of trial. What are my thoughts on XM? He seemed like he could be an interesting character, and then he's just too stubborn for his own good. Because when we killed him in the other road, he just refused any kind of alliance, even though he knew that Hyzant was rotten to the core. Looks like a decent arena. They probably make a lot of money from it. Yeah, I was thinking it was probably more of their own personal battle arena for
More than this farce of a trial to destroy me.
for forcing people to die for their amusement. It's completely what Edor would do.
You will pay. You will all pay.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. This must work.
I don't get it. This is what the goddess wants. Yeah. Blood in her name, right?
Back at you.
Whatever it takes. Here you go. I can keep fighting.
Have you brought cork?
He's actually not immune to Fury, which is funny.
Lionel has many tricks.
My turn. Yeah! Brace yourself! Yes! Yes! Allow me!
163 from Roland.
Forward! Wait your turn! Leave it to me! Yes!
Here I come. My arrow flies true.
Oh, if Lionel may.
No. This is not the end of me. I refuse to allow it.
Trial by combat. Thursdays were never this entertaining before we installed the new arena. By the goddess's will, of course, right? Gotta make use of the salted popcorn somehow, clearly. Yes, the spikes at the bottom really do add to the ambience.
For the greater good. I will end this. For a better world.
I see a path to victory.
Have you brought Corey? Lionel has many tricks.
I won't lose. You don't stand a chance.
Fortune smiles on Lionel.
Forward. Wait your turn.
Alright, well that was annoying, but we got it done. We caught as much coin as we did for the last battle, which was many, many more enemies. This game is very weird about how it distributes money. Easy clap. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. So I guess overlooking that amulet did actually allow us an advantage because
Victory
they're...
goes to House Wolfort. Give thanks to the goddess for bestowing upon you her grace.
Because the enemy formation got super messed up by Roland yellowing in like that. Told me the tickets sold well. Source we had deep pockets and pay Booker enough. Yeah, apparently. Go back and win the trial. Yeah, I am curious, I guess. We might load the save and poke around the town somewhere. But first, let's see them presumably execute Sorceley.
This concludes your trial. Well fought, all of you.
To think the truth had to be proved through a test of strength.
It was the Hierophant's decree. None in Hyzant raise objections.
Ain't nothing to be ashamed of, my lord. After all, losing the battle would have meant losing our heads.
I suppose you are right.
I guess this has to be a separate scene.
That same day, word spread throughout Hyzant of Sorceley End's demise, and that of House End along with him.
Oh, I guess we actually killed him in that. Because the way he was blabbering, it made me think that he retreated like so many of the NPCs do. The reward for betrayal. Lila reacts to the news of Sorceley's passing.
I understand Sorceley End is with the goddess now. What a pity.
Hey, Yoshi, you have no idea how these guys have a functioning society with a system like this. Oh wait, they don't!
He has been counted among the dead from the accident.
Keep spinning those lies, and soon they shall be tied around your neck. Though in truth, I'm surprised they've not done so already.
Are you not pleased, milady? Shall I inform Minister Idor?
Be my guest. Without me, all research grinds to a halt. My mind is without equal.
But of course, Minister. I was only teasing. Would it kill you to smile for once?
Be more aware of the words from your mouth. Remember, you are not but Idor's pawn.
Forgive me. Where are my manners? Now pray, return to your precious research. See that you complete it, for you know who.
I know full well who it serves. We're all pawns in the end.
Merida's gone a lot less cool since you last saw her. Perhaps. So I guess they're gonna make me Serenoa Saintly. What is Saintly 7 again? Serenoa's party barely has a moment to collect their breaths before a new challenge is laid before them. Or maybe not. She do be plotting, but will it come to anything is the
Lord
question.
Serenoa, what shall you do now?
This game has a really bad tendency to start, like, interesting plot threads and then just drop off a cliff with them.
Well, I shall speak plainly. The Holy One wishes to aid House Wolfort.
Thank you, Your Holiness.
Your house is known throughout all Norzelia, and rightly so, given the vital land you control.
It would be quite the blow if Esfrost's aggression spelled the end of your domain.
The Hierophant tells me a seat amongst the Saintly Seven shall be yours, should you desire it.
And I would not hesitate to accept it if it meant securing peace for my people.
Then perhaps we can find common ground. The Hierophant, however, has a concern.
I would hear it.
The Roselle living in your domain.
Oh, of course.
They are descendants of the sinners who dwell at the source. That is their proper place. There they offer themselves to the goddess in the hopes they may one day atone for their sins. The Hierophant longs to see them return to their rightful home.
You would have me surrender them to you?
It is not my place to make demands. I am merely to deliver unto you the word of the Hierophant. And so I have done.
That's how they angle it in this particular raid.
Serenoa, will you surrender the Roselle to Hyzant?
I don't know.
They sanctioned accusation of an official without evidence, burying them in public, and then claiming their post for my own, eh? Apparently that's the way of Hyzant. Yeah, I would definitely hesitate. I guess it's less obviously a trap than post in this version, but still very much a trap.
As you are doubtless aware, Lady Frederica, the vow of Lord Simon himself binds us to protect them. Alas, our house is not what it once was.
Is that a reason to cast aside its honor? My father, as well, likely had a hand in orchestrating their protection.
Ah, my friends, I apologize that we once again meet under dire circumstances. You face a difficult choice, one I do not envy. Have you decided?
Not yet. We will, you can be sure.
They've got us by the small ones, and they know it. They made this request full aware of our history.
Lest you misunderstand, allow me to illuminate your position. You are not the noble hawks you think yourselves to be. You are vultures, feeding off the scraps of Sorceley's corpse.
You've got some nerve.
I speak from experience when I say that the title of Saint is not to be worn lightly. Are you prepared?
Prepared? For what?
Doubtless you are aching to break free of your fetters, to take wing and soar. To do that, blood must be spilled. The blood of enemy, friend, and self alike. Your freedom lies at the end of a trail of dead. If you are not prepared to make that journey, to endure that sacrifice, then cast aside your pretensions and grovel.
Grovel or bleed? Poor options, both.
So that scene was very close to the same as before. Though in hindsight now, it's funny that XM says that, and then in the first route we did, he ended up being at the end of that trail of blood. Yeah, this is a scale decision to give up the Roselle or not.
In his time, Lord Simone protected the Roselle who fled Hyzant, and the village they established within the Wolffort domain. 30 years have passed since then. The Hierophant uses the illegal salt trade incident as leverage to demand those Roselle be sent to the source, where Hyzantian faith dictates they must reside. To secure the Hierophant's goodwill and the subsequent protection of House Wolffort, Serenoa has no other choice but to acquiesce. Thus, with House End ruined and a vacant position among the Saintly Seven to be filled, rumors of House Wolffort's ascendancy start sounding more credible than ever to the people of Hyzant.
Knowing our intended ending, this would be the route to Deza. Screw Hyzant.
Lord Serenoa, I believe it may be in our best interests to turn over the Roselle after all.
But they fought so hard to escape Hyzant. They would never agree to return.
It would be a show of good faith to the Saintly Seven and secure House Wolffort's safety. If the situation calls for force, well, we must be prepared, to borrow Minister Exham's words.
I see. Give me time to think over the matter. Where is Frederica?
Oh, she left for the source with Prince Roland. She said she wanted to see where the Roselle lived for herself.
Ah, indeed. Hyzantian law requires all Roselle to make their home at the source.
She is most troubled over this, Lord Serenoa. Please, if you could...
I understand. I will make for the source at once.
Okay. We're gonna save there for that save. I think I want to poke at the investigation a little more, though, just to see. But I'm gonna go refill my drink first, and then we'll see a little bit going on behind the scenes, maybe? I don't know. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So Frederick and my the result are doomed either way. This is the only way to save our people. To everyone else, screw Izant, we'll defend our citizens to the last. Sure. I don't know if I'm gonna redo the trial. I just wanna... Okay, so I'm gonna assume that what we picked in the save I made for SWAT 9 is just like all incorrect stuff.
House Wolford.
Yeah. I want to see how this investigation sequence is apparently supposed to go. I don't really care about the trial. I'm curious about what they expected me to do in the town. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. Which gets us the rebel. That's what we know we for certain is good, so I'll just save on 9 again, I guess. That way we don't have to redo it if we have to redo these questions. It's not really any way to play it to this guy's biases. I guess the closest is maybe the morality one. Oh yes, a sincere and logical argument on the surface. Yeah, any of us scratch it, edit to reveal the rot within. These other nations you speak of, their meanings, pits of suffering in which the people and their sordid histories are trapped. The only ones who can truly lead the people to prosperity and happiness are those who have been chosen by the goddess herself, the Holy One, and the Stately Seven. I feel like that didn't really change anything. Yeah, so this merchant can give me the pen and paper. Such a paper will suffice, and certainly may make use of the inkwell too. Such a weird thing. It's the important proposal to Minister Axam. I bid you deliver to him at once. Very good, I shall see that reaches Minister Axam myself. The wire should secure Mr. Axam's cooperation in exposing Sorcery's crimes. I pray it reaches him soon. Can't be too prepared considering we're matched up against the Stately Seven. That feels like it. It's still missing something. It's not producing anything that would be useful in the camp itself when we go back to it. Guess I need to talk to him again for the at night thing. No, I don't think I talked to the Gossip Girl. Although I don't know where she is. Pretty sure we went into every house. Oh yeah, we did talk to her. We didn't talk to her after talking to the other people, I guess. Understand that you are aware of the latest rumors that flow through Hyzant. I should like to hear more about them. If you wish to hear the popular rumors of Hyzant, you needn't be so coy, or where to begin, where to begin. Hear the tale of the vanishing vessel? What? Appears at the port in secret, only to vanish as quickly and quietly as it came. Ship that disappears in the night. I see. The how of their salt exports had eluded me until now. Perhaps they were carrying it on the ship she speaks of. All this talk of ghost ships chills me to the bone. Gods forbid. Yeah, this sequence is basically the first where talking to someone more than once actually matters. I don't think the game does a very good job of telegraphing it. Sure, let's sell. Oh yeah, Hyzant's so good. Aha, quite right. You see the light of her way, it's of her magnificence. Having said that, equality yet escapes you. Your treatment of the Rizal must change if your societies to be truly equitable. Ah, but only the most righteous may receive her blessing. Surely you do not argue that those criminals are worthy. They are unbelievers besides. To treat them with kindness would be an even greater sin than those they've already committed against her. Holy shit, man. Why, then, holding such beliefs, you may well be in line to receive the same punishment yourself. Mind your words, sir. I didn't speak to all the guards on this round. Apparently I missed this dialogue, though. I must have talked to the guy beside him. Doesn't seem like answering the middle guy. It doesn't seem like answering any of the question mark guys differently makes any difference. That only makes me long to enter the source, all the more. Is there truly nothing you can do? Why guard the entrance so closely? Is there something you wish to hide? I hear tell of a secret ledger for salt shipments. Does this sound familiar? Secret ledger? I've heard of no such thing. You'll be on your way. You're interfering with my duties. So I can keep asking these questions. Alright, why guard so closely? Is there something you wish to hide? Not that I wish to hide, no. I abhor keeping secrets, and I'll see I can look the other way no longer. Swear to me you'll not enter the source, and I shall talk. I've seen a dealer, different from the one we see during the day, carry salt off at night under cover of darkness. I confess I received payment in exchange for my silence, but I know not from whom. Not as though it matters, my conscience withers and rots just the same. Another vendor in the middle of the night, highly suspicious. I shall make note of that. I'd wager that this person is involved in Sorcery's illegal enterprise. The top option probably doesn't matter. Yeah, we can't say anything more, or ask anything more. Okay. Let's maybe Claris will say something now. Damn it, let me climb the thing. I had rumors of regular salt shipments. This chapter confuses you don't even know you got all the information. Yeah, it's not very well made. So an unsavory character is making off with salt, you say? I confess that not even I had noticed. If what you say is true. but I simply cannot piece it together in my mind. How would they get this smuggled salt to Aspharos in the first place? They used the cargo ship that vanished. Ah yes, a disappeared vessel would figure nicely into this plot. It's fortuitous that you contacted me, and I thank you. I tell you this in the strictest confidence. Talk of House N's crimes has reached the consortium. There, Mr. Sorsley is known to be a meticulous man, exceedingly concerned with the accuracy of his own ledger. If he has engaged in illegal enterprises, as you suggest, I doubt his conscience would allow his books to go unbalanced. He'll have kept a second ledger. Secret account, of course. With that in hand, we'd have all the proof we need. Trouble, though, will be finding it. I guess he doesn't actually know about the ledger. Although it's funny that I could pick that option before having Claris actually tell us about it. Okay. Okay, I guess it is telling me that I've learned all I can. Well, I guess that's the end of the line on all of those. Yeah, now I know about the second ledger. After I apparently asked questions about the second ledger to the guard in order to get the well, I guess not in order to get the information, but for some reason it was an option to ask the guard about it. Even though I should not have actually known about it. Secret ledgers of 3 houses and a lost item, you think? Clearly.
What news? Have you learned anything?
Sorsley.
Nothing?
More! Benedict is right.
Lord Serenoa, what
Hey,
does
thanks
the
for the follow,
evidence at hand
Triangle.
suggest? Let us be...
He bribed no... How could I have been so blind to it?
No, we know.
Claris said Sorsley kept a secret ledger.
What, another try? Impossible. Is this like with the Annas? We're gonna have multiple multi-dimensional tries now?
Of course. Sales had to be carefully managed so as not to arouse suspicion.
Making detailed records a necessity. I've no doubt this ledger exists. Now then, let us focus on where we might find the evidence we need.
At least Triple isn't here. That we know of. Well, they're gonna reject the encampment, so... Unless,
By which you mean Sorslay's encampment.
Precisely. Not the one at the Citadel of the Sands.
I know its location.
Might the bribe Sorcelet plied Glenbrook's nobles with be connected to his illicit dealings?
We know the ledger tracking the tainted salt exists.
End's encampment is our primary target, then. But it's too dangerous to get near, let alone inside.
Despite our best efforts, I'm afraid we haven't evidence enough to confront him over his crimes.
This is a
Sorcelet will find
really
us out
silly
soon enough,
sequence.
if he hasn't already.
Time is of the essence, then. What is our next move?
Sereno.
Minister Camsell will...
I think I picked the wrong order of things or whatever. I guess we have to redo all this shit. But at least we know that's all, like, correct stuff. Yeah, I need to talk to the rebel again. It's still technically a crime he committed. Which should lead into things. This is just like some real ass backwards Ace Attorney shit. Okay, so I think being able to get that from Claire should mean that we've got basically everything. So I think he's the only one we need for the ledger stuff. Yeah. Definitely not a fan of how they did this. Alright, well, we'll just go with Captain Obvious answer then.
Illicit salt.
Of that there can be no doubt. One of Hyzant's own Saintly Seven is a traitor.
If we cannot secure the help of the remaining saints, we've no choice but to present our case directly to the Hierophant. Doing so will require...
Claris said Sorsley kept a secret.
Of course.
Now then.
By which you mean Sorsley's?
Precisely.
I know its location.
So, in brief, Sorsley saw
Yeah, this
the
is so
Vault
dumb.
constituting a breach of trust with the Hierophant. House End kept close watch over the transactions and labored to keep them hidden.
Meaning there is a second ledger. The incontrovertible evidence we require.
Said ledger would most likely be found at the End encampment, near the source.
Then we shall sneak inside and secure it.
Never forget that we operate on reasoning and supposition. Should our presumptions prove untrue, we will be judged accordingly.
I understand. But the future of House Wolffort is at stake. I will not see us fall to ruin through inaction.
Congrats, I found a road you've never gone. I'm not happy about it. Vedic sounds like the Three Houses narrator who reads at the start of each month. I mean, probably not surprising that they keep a fairly close-knit voice actor pool, so... Why can we seek in to go find the ledger to prove Sorsley bribed House Glenbrook? Because the game will add an exact sequence of events. That's why I call it Ace Attorney shit.
Learning at last where they can find solid evidence to prove Sorsley's involvement in the illicit salt trade, House Wolffort moves to secure it.
Two. Also means there's two sequences there. Truly, we've tried nothing and have no way forward moment. Yeah, like if they were really that desperate, breaking in even without knowing about the ledger or whatever would make way more sense than sitting around with their thumbs up their ass. Yeah, Anna literally said the exact same thing. Like I said, this is like Ace Attorney shit where it's like, okay, you have to do these 7 and 8 or 8 exact steps. You cannot sequence break. You cannot miss anything. Because if you do, then everything they've written just falls apart. So, you know, rather than write any variants that make sense, they just force you into it. Let it rise for Sorsley, who awaits Serenoa's return. Wait, why would he wait for Serenoa's return? He sent Booker to kill them.
Damn that Wolffort. He ought to have returned by now. He's more useless than I thought.
Did the game just, like, forget the conversation he had with Booker? The game tried to be clever but fell flat. Yeah. It's one of those things where I guess they got more ambitious than their engine allowed for. And then they tried to do it anyway, and it ended up a huge mess.
Minister Sorsley, a letter's arrived for you, but it is unsigned.
You know better than to bring me messages from anonymous Providence.
My apologies, Minister, but it seems to be some sort of warning.
Oh? Let me see it. Your new pet is nothing but a Mongol stalking his prey. He has put down your most loyal hound and seeks the treasure you've so carefully hidden. Heed this warning before it's too late. My new pet. Wolfort.
What could it mean?
I doubt it is anything but a trick meant to frighten me. Still, it never hurts to be certain. Summon Booker.
Lord Booker has yet to return.
What? My loyal hound. It couldn't be. Make for the capital at once and find out what has happened. I shall be right behind you.
Their engine should allow for branching dialogue. All they had to do was point that one path of selecting the bribery into the same result. Yeah, they could have done that too, but the whole investigation thing is not very good because their engine isn't really built around it. And especially since the rest of the game doesn't teach the player to talk to these NPCs more than once. It ends up just being a huge spaghetti investigation. You can't actually follow what he's thinking here. What does he expect happening from him sending Booker to kill us, that us, Booker, and him are all still alive and friends? Yeah, totally. That's what friends do, right? They try to stab each other a bunch and then they laugh it off. Okay, so Cyrano looks for evidence of Sorceley's clandestine dealings. I guess we'll find out if there's another red event stacked under it. Oh, what? Okay. Why wasn't this just separated as a second icon to begin with? What the hell? New information arrives for Council and Minister of Domestic Affairs. Like, that city is huge. You really couldn't put two icons over it by default?
House Wolfort is making their move.
Yes, Minister. They seek information about the Salt as we speak. Should they not be stopped? After all, they are sticking their noses into our most precious secret.
Leave them be for now. This may be a good opportunity to sift the impurities from the salt, as it were. That said, we must be prepared to act at a moment's notice. See it as so.
Of course, Minister. At last, House End will be brought to justice.
House End is only the beginning. I will not rest until we root out all who dare threaten Hyzant's safety.
Let's review the flow of the salt trade once more, just to be certain. As far as Hyzant is concerned, it begins when the goddess bequeaths her blessing upon the salt. The Hierophant then decides how much is produced. House End oversees said production and is also responsible for sending the salt to the Norzelia Consortium.
And that's the official supply the Consortium regulates.
Yes, production records and Consortium records are readily accessible.
The very existence of illicit salt implies there will be discrepancies between those records. Supposing House End keeps track of those discrepancies in some sort of secret ledger.
Then that would be irrefutable proof that House End is purloining salt.
Naming your House End is not a great idea. Probably not.
But a hypothetical ledger does us no good.
Then we must steal into his encampment and find it. That is the only way we can prove Minister Sorslay's transgression.
I agree. However...
You've become quite the radical, Lady Frederica.
I apologize. My suggestion was quite untoward.
Not at all. In fact, it heartens me that you were the one to propose such a course of action.
I'm in favor. We must use any means to get that ledger.
Should he have renamed it House Immortal? Maybe too on the nose, even for him. See a secret ledger, Serena decides to slip into the encampment. I guess this is the one that I was expecting. Actually getting to this point was incredibly stupid, though. How dare Frederica suggest burglarizing someone who enslaves her people? So radical. I know, right? This better not be a stealth map, though.
Who goes there?
Well, okay, we just left a corpse, so I guess it's not a stealth map.
We may have stolen our way inside easily enough, but now the true trial begins. Everyone, spread out. We must find that ledger. Could this be it?
Surprised they didn't make this an exploration phase.
This is the date Anna researched. Then this must be the amount of salt produced and the amount supplied to the consortium.
Do people 100% this game? I imagine so. People tend to 100% every game out there. It seems difficult to 100% without a guide. Yeah, I mean, this is a game that requires you to probably do New Game Plus 3 or 4 times, even hope to 100%. So I imagine at that point you're probably using a guide if you've played it that many times. Unless you played it a lot. I mean... chances are you're still probably missing something, even by like the 40th playthrough. You sure there are more mutually exclusive things than just 3 to 4? Yeah, I guess it would depend on maybe your definition of 100%ing, because I'm not sure if there's like a in-game guide that records all this. But I guess if you're super meticulous about keeping saves at different branches, you could complete like portions of it with partial playthroughs. Although I guess you wouldn't keep those items after, but like I said, I don't know if there's some kind of in-game record system. Games rarely do have in-game record systems for 100%, so I imagine it would come down to just having played every single variation, which doesn't necessarily mean using the same file across all playthroughs.
And the discrepancies between the two all noted here. This is it. Sorslay's secret ledger.
Plainly stamped with House End's seal, no less. Even his silver tongue won't be able to explain this away.
We're lucky he's just as meticulous with his criminal dealings as his official ones.
Swindlers expect to be swindled, my lord. I expect he kept these records because he didn't trust the others not to try and skim off the top.
How ironic they'll be his very undoing.
Intruders, halt! None but Minister Sorsley himself may touch that ledger.
Well, I guess we're committed to this path then. Great, we're divided again. I like how this guy doesn't even get a name. He's a boss character, but no name. I don't know whether to feel sorry for him or not. It's a completely different map with no spikes, yeah. This might actually mean we don't get to Shrek Sorcery ourselves. Yeah, in a different timeline, I guess we did. Jeez, this guy's got 41 speed too, so he's basically boss like Booker, but without an actual name. How bizarre. Great, and Benedict's in a fixed position, that's terrible. Lots of archers here. Just assume lowers movement. Congrats on unlocking the secret path. My reward is a more difficult map. Apparently, I guess I have to go do all those purchases again, too. Why are all the maps red the enemy? Makes a little narrative sense. You kill Axum, the map should end. Yeah, I don't know, because they did have a couple of those. Like Thalos and Erica, if you kill them, it ends the map. At least on the route that I played. And defending the Roselle village the second time, taking Trish out ends the map. So I don't know why they made it so rare. I guess the mages are probably safest up there. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of awkward. I guess this rogue can go up. So I guess they're not super safe, but if we focus fire here, the enemy should have a really bad time. Although I expect reinforcements. I guess the War Chronicle does have paths traveled. Well, I'm not sure it's notating this branch here. Well, I guess because we haven't, in this file, we technically haven't done the actual trial by combat. So I guess this is like, well, yes, this exists, but we're not gonna tell you, or something like that. Alright, well, I guess let's try this map, see how many reinforcements it spews.
They think to trap us here, then we must cut our way out.
Don't let any of them escape. Wrap them up all nice for Minister Sorcelet.
Yes, sir!
Take care, my lord. It would be easy to let oneself get surrounded in this chaos.
Of course. I'll get this ledger out of here one way or another.
I see a path to victory.
These rogues are probably gonna come after Serenoa too.
This must work.
This is not a great dragon shield, but I think it will be necessary for the two of them to survive.
I will end this.
try this.
Bro, game is super out of focus right now. It's that wall.
You won't escape. They shouldn't even be here. Sorcelet must have known they'd come.
Here goes.
Charge! Yeah!
Yep, here it comes.
The hunt is on.
I guess they already used their movement up. They can close in for another action. I guess that's nice.
Not another step.
Forward! Death from above!
I'll do my utmost. Here you go. Thank you. I'll show you what I can do. Don't be afraid.
Really? You use throwing knife at point blank range?
Have you brought coin?
May Lionel have your attention?
Lionel's coin
Yeah, we
purse
crowd
will
control
follow you.
one. Something.
Let me show you what I've learned. Please, heed my call.
Here goes. None on my watch.
Let us pry out their weakness. This should do.
Our victory is assured.
Time to work.
My turn.
I'm not sure if I want Roland going up here, because then it might make it more annoying for him to get anywhere else. So May Huette takes care of this.
I'll do my utmost. Here you go. I can keep fighting. Here you go. Much appreciated. The hunt is on.
Nice, it's hiding my percentage hit. Or to hit.
Here goes.
Damn, not even a chance to get away before we use our res ring.
Back at you. Ha-ha! From where shall we strike?
This is a problem.
Ha-ha!
Let me heal your wounds. Fear not, for I am by your side.
Stack up another auto revive.
Here I come. Don't be afraid.
Have you brought Coy?
Allow me.
And I'm surprised that this building isn't flammable. It's all these books.
Let us pry out their weakness. All for victory.
Your orders? Into the shadows.
For victory!
You can actually climb this bookcase. That's weird.
I'll do my utmost. Here you go. You have my gratitude. Here you go.
The tides are turning.
For the people.
Gotta keep my wits about me.
I guess they just gave up over there.
I won't miss.
From where shall we strike?
Man, that's 76 with the guy standing on ice, too.
You cannot impede progress? See what
Let's make sure to keep him away from Jila.
Shall we begin?
Allow me.
Thank you.
I fight for peace. Here I come. Don't be afraid.
This is the end.
Here goes.
Yeah, he went to the edge there, and I guess he decided he's done. He's like, well, I could help my minions, or I could just take a smoke break.
This is...
Oh!
For victory! My lance strikes true!
Whatever it takes. Here you go. Whew, thank goodness.
Gotta keep my wits about me.
Defeat is not an option.
Death from above! Ha-ha!
To lead, I must grow.
Time to take flight. Darkness engulfs you. I will fight to my last breath. Time to work.
Sound strike.
That crit didn't do that much more damage. But I guess we'll take what we can get.
Have you brought cork? Free of charge.
Sorry to worry you.
Cool heads shall prevail. Be at ease.
I appreciate it. Let me show you what I've learned.
Get out of here.
Heed my call. I'll show you what I can do. I can heal too.
You'll be well compensated.
All right.
Alright, he's starting to move.
I shall try my level best.
Huh, that's weird. Retreated instead of going after Lionel? Hmm. Guess we better get everyone back up on TP since that boss is coming in.
My turn. I'll try this. Forward.
Time to work. You won't catch me.
Here goes. What's the rush?
The hunt is on.
That doesn't really feel worth it.
Take aim.
Damn. I was hoping to keep him away from everyone else, but I guess I'll have to worry about him healing now. I could taunt him. Angela could heal him. Okay, let's maybe do that. Taunt the healer then.
See what Lionel can do.
Go! I see a path to victory. A brief respite.
Splendid.
I shall do what I can. Be at ease.
Very good.
Allow me.
I haven't closed in close enough yet. Just kind of annoying.
Go!
For the greater good. Here you go.
This will be of great use.
Here you go.
Sorry to worry you.
Not sure what those rogues in the back are doing. Really? Blind is just like such a worthless debuff.
Sheer go.
Depends on my units. Yeah, exactly.
Curses.
Oh boy, I have a 28% chance to hit. I bet they have like a 70 after they hit by my blind. I guess I don't have a blind recovery either. Could use a cure-all.
I need this.
Just heal ourselves a little bit. Why does this guy resist? Oh, he doesn't resist anything. That's interesting. Garbage chance to actually put him to sleep, though. Yeah, of course it didn't land. Why would it ever land?
This battle is ours. Darkness engulfs you.
Lionel has arrived. Free of charge.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. This must work.
I fight for peace. Stay right there. I'll show you what I can do. Don't be afraid. I'll do my utmost. Here you go.
Thank you.
Let me heal your wounds. Your wounds are healed.
Sorry to worry you.
I really don't like
Still
Anna.
move. You won't catch me.
Careful.
Finally paid off.
Unite under the Wolfort banner!
Perfect.
Don't need to be able to see to do that.
Charge! Brace yourself!
I'm done for.
Count on me.
Okay.
Here you go.
My thanks.
Here you go.
Lionel thanks you. Lionel has arrived.
I really wish Endless Speech had a better hit rate. Wow, and we missed the 88. Of course.
Time to take flight. Take aim.
What the? I see a path to victory.
Let me show you what I've learned. Stay right there. We will make our ideals reality. Time for some sorcery.
What the? Don't let them escape. Minister Sorslay's done for if that ledger gets out.
Get wrecked. Yeah, those rogues have no idea what they're doing now.
Leave it to me!
Into the shadows.
Shall we begin?
And the healer didn't heal the very obviously damaged archer.
Start the fight anew.
Forward! Wait your turn!
Nice crit.
Looks like we've halved their ranks. The ledger must be damning evidence indeed for Sorcelet to have stationed so many guards to protect his encampment.
I won't lose! Brace yourself! For my kingdom!
For the greater good.
Yeah, there's gotta be something about the ice here that's freaking the enemy out, or something. I'm not sure what else it could be.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Unless it's a combination of that and Stealth Anna, but they haven't been too shy of trying to chase her down either, so...
This must work.
Allow me.
You gotta get rid of this healer. We got enough dragon shields, I think it's not a super concern to kill the archers. We want
Time to take flight.
crowd control one, of course, but that shouldn't be a huge deal.
Yeah.
You've left yourself open.
Have you brought Corbin? This is it. For you.
You gotta do this and not break stealth. Because the mages can very easily kill that archer if I so desire.
Time for some sorcery. Ready to see a spell? I did it!
Wow, nice paralysis.
Forward!
Cool heads shall prevail. Your wounds are healed.
Thank you. Charge!
I'll do my utmost. Here you go. Thank you.
I see a path to victory. Your defense is weak.
You've left yourself open.
for the future of House Wolford.
Shadows conceal me.
Yeah, those rogues in the back really just don't want anything to do with this.
Flames, heed my call! This battle is ours.
Prophet comes to the prepared.
Here I come! Don't be afraid.
For the honor of House Wolford.
Let me heal your wounds.
I'm not sure why they decided they needed to target Roland, but
Thank you.
considering he's one of my tankier units from stacking up the hit points and stuff, I'm fine with that.
For the greater good. Suffer. Victory is within reach.
What have we here?
Suffer. Sound strike.
What have we here?
I see a path to victory.
They're sort of thinking about trying to attack us now.
Let me show you what I've learned. Flames, heed my call! Here I come.
You cannot impede progress.
Count on me. Here I come.
Forward!
See if they'll get a little closer.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Allow me. Thank you.
They want Lionel to pick up those
My
spoils anyway, so it's one of those things where I'm fine delaying it because it gets me more money. But if the enemy wants to wander into my range, I'll just start pulling them now.
I see a path to victory. This should do.
Lionel always pays his debts.
Yeah, they're really just hiding from me.
Have you brought cork?
Let me show you what I've learned. I'll do my utmost.
Your orders?
Then where shall we strike?
I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
For victory!
I shall do what I can.
Yeah, they really don't want to fight me.
Let us try out their weakness.
This battle is ours. My arrow flies true.
A rare shooting star shot. Since Shadow Stitch is usually more useful.
Profit comes to the prepared.
For the greater good.
I will end this.
I fight for peace.
Forward! I won't lose!
I'll show you what I can do.
If this keeps up, I might even get a Mystic Beam out.
Heal your wounds.
It won't be terribly efficient, but I'll get it. There we go. We had to put Lionel in range.
Try out their weakness.
Why? Who knows?
This must work.
Your orders?
Not in a line to
For the
Mystic
greater
Beam
good.
both of them, though. Feels bad.
Yeah. Time to take flight. Yeah. This battle is won.
Have you brought cork? Our dealings, your thwarted
Let me
ways.
help. I will end this.
For victory! Then where shall we strike?
Here I come.
Alright, here we go. First time actually using it.
Feel the might of my magic.
Shall we begin? Your orders?
You won't escape. Sound strike.
May I?
This'll hurt. Sound strike.
One more.
Poor Frederica can't hit to save her life.
Whatever it takes.
It's a good thing she's usually just doing magic, which doesn't have hit rates.
Hey, over here. The hunt is on.
Oh hey, follow-ups from him do the debuff too. You know, Nar's almost never involved in it, so I never thought to check it. That's kind of funny.
Focus.
So maybe we can set up dumb, cheeky debuffs with him.
Goodbye.
Well, that was gross, but not even close to as gross as the Rufus map. We just had to slowly get everyone edging back towards each other so that we could fight as a cohesive force. It did help that the ice terrain seemed to flip out the enemy and not have 3 or 4 enemies that should have been more threatening actually cross that middle threshold.
We have the evidence we need. Now we must hurry to Minister Camsell.
Not a step further, Wolfort. I am not so kind a master as to let betrayal go unpunished.
You are no master of mine.
Bastard! Give me the ledger or I will take it by force.
So, that ledger is what all the fuss is about.
Oh, hi, Camsell. Max M. Dude, betrayal. Buddy, you sent your goon to kill us. Exactly.
Camsell! What are you doing here? This encampment falls under my purview.
Indeed, but upholding justice falls under mine.
Here, Minister. I think you'll find the contents of this ledger most illuminating.
Will I? I shall be the judge of that.
Stop! Close that ledger! You have no grounds to pry into my affairs!
Such unsightly behavior, Minister Sorsley. But you're too late. The mongrels already seized your treasure.
Exham! You masterminded this plot! You two-faced cur!
So, you were the one who passed me the information.
I did what was necessary to protect Hyzant, but credit for the success must go to you, Minister Camsell.
Well, this is coming with me.
Seems we played right into his hands, eh?
Perhaps, but we secured Hyzant's trust nevertheless. That, I should think, is worth its weight in gold.
Indeed, my lord. Now all there's left to do is await the Hierophant's judgment.
Sorsley End, you will hear the Hierophant's judgment. Appropriating salt blessed by the goddess to fill your own coffers is tantamount to sacrilege. Therefore, Sorsley End, you are to make 2 sacrifices to the goddess in penance. The first is your position in the Saintly Seven. The second is your life.
Wait, please! I can explain! Forgive me! Have mercy! Ah!
With these sacrifices, wrongs have been righted. May the goddess be pleased. You have our deepest gratitude.
So on this route, we get a preview of the laser doll. Robbed of the source we kill on this route too. Yeah. Although I'm satisfied to see him get lasered, I guess. Because on that first route, he just got stabbed by Exam, which... I mean, it achieves the same end, but this is more dramatic. This looks more painful. I guess it depends. That looks like it would have probably instantly killed him, so maybe he didn't even feel the pain. Yeah, the robot actually did something. On Edor's command, of course. Alright, well, I guess we're committing to this, so we'll save over this. So this probably loops back. I want to see before we call it, though.
That same day, word spread throughout Hyzant of Sorsley End's demise, and that of House End along with him.
So there might not even be any difference here? I imagine this is just another generic.
I understand Sorsley End is with the goddess now. What a pity.
Yeah, because this is the same response as after the trial by combat, which this is a very generic response, so it's easy enough for them to just supply it to everything.
He has been counted among the dead from the accident.
Keep spinning those lies, and soon they shall be tied around your neck. Though in truth, I'm surprised they've not done so already.
Maybe they'll be slightly more polite when offering me Sorcery's little job.
Mr. Edor.
Somehow I don't think so.
Be my guest. Without me, all research grinds to a halt. My mind is without equal.
But of course, Minister, I was only teasing. Would it kill you to smile for once?
Be more aware of the words from your mouth. Remember, you are not but Edor's pawn.
Forgive me. Where are my manners? Now pray, return to your precious research. See that you complete it, for you know who.
I know full well who it serves. We're all pawns in the end.
Yeah, they definitely wrote this in a very specific way so that they could just reuse it for every single outcome of killing Sorsley. Okay, well, see if this dialogue is much, if any, different.
So, Lord Serenoa, what shall you do now?
Well...
I shall speak plainly. The Holy One wishes to aid House Wolford.
Thank you, Your Holiness.
Time to hand over my
Your house
Roselle.
is known
I
for
don't
all
think so.
Roselia, and rightly so, given the vital land you control.
It would be quite the blow if Esfrost's aggressions spelled the end of your domain.
The Hierophant tells me a seat amongst the Saintly Seven shall be yours, should you desire it.
And I would not hesitate to accept it if it meant securing peace for my people.
Then perhaps we can find common ground. The Hierophant, however, has a concern.
I would hear it.
The Roselle living in your domain. They are descendants of the sinners who dwell at the source. That is their proper place. There they offer themselves to the goddess in the hopes they may one day atone for their sins. The Hierophant longs to see them return to their rightful home.
You would have me surrender them to you?
It is not my place to make demands. I am merely to deliver unto you the word of the Hierophant. And so I have done.
Yeah, another generic scene so that they can use it for everything, I guess. Well, I don't expect this to be any different, so we'll just fast forward through that. So yeah. Fun with diamond-shaped storytelling, as Knight put it.
In his time, Lord Simone protected the Roselle who fled Hyzant, and the village they established within the Wolffort domain. 30 years have passed since then. The Hierophant uses the illegal salt trade incident as leverage to demand
They don't even change the wording here.
where Hyzantian faith dictates they must reside. To secure the Hierophant's goodwill and the subsequent protection of House Wolffort, Serenoa has no other choice but to acquiesce. Thus, with House End ruined and a vacant position among the Saintly Seven to be filled, rumors of House Wolffort's ascendancy start sounding more credible than ever to the people of Hyzant.
Because this wording is the same as when they essentially like pardoned us or handed us the position by letting us kill Sorcery in the trial. Or like trial by combat. But in theory, they're the ones who owe us here.
I believe it may
in
be
this
in our best
scenario.
interest to turn over the Roselle after all.
So I'm kind of disappointed that that narration doesn't change at all. This branch doesn't change at all. Yeah, it's the same as when XM kills Sorcery, but like it makes sense there because they have leverage over us because we, like, even though it's bullshit, under duress, we're forced to deliver the salt to Asfrost for Sorcery in that scenario. And in the scenario where we fail to find all the evidence, it sort of makes sense because they basically let us kill Sorcery. But here, it makes no sense at all because we got them the smoking gun. And the narration makes it sound as though we're the ones who owe them, but they owe us. So, this game does a lot of frustrating things like that. Yeah, well, this can be assumed to be no different. So, if we save here, this basically puts us at where we left off when I went back to check the investigation. So, that is probably a good place to leave it off. Doesn't make it feel like this was a canon rant. Yeah, it feels like they were ambitious and they didn't actually cover all their variables, so there's a lot of really weird stuff that makes the narration less coherent than it should be. Which is unfortunate. I do appreciate that they tried, but like I said, there's a lot of shit in here that's just really frustrating because of the way they did it. They let me get the evidence, so you guess they think I owe them anyway? Maybe. They are that arrogant, I suppose. Yeah, the past definitely could have been more diverse. And these convergence points definitely, like, break the immersion a lot, especially since they didn't cover the variance well enough. Anyway, so we're gonna let Triangle Strategy rest until next week, because tomorrow we're picking up Engage again. Working our way through the various paralogs and probably not getting to the 21-22 gauntlet yet. But who knows, maybe we'll actually get through that quickly. I have my doubts, but you know. Regardless, we'll probably get at least to it over the course of tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. And then Wednesday, Thursday, we come back for this. We probably flip Hyzant the Bird again. I'm thinking once we actually get to the decision for who to go with, I might do Roland this time, which it's gonna make me sad to have Frederica wander off and lose my biggest damage output, but it is what it is. Also, I guess we won't have Benedict for Dragon Shield, which will be gross. We'll just have to manage. Anyhow, I'm gonna send you off to Kron, who's working on his Xenoblade Chronicles run with DLC. Mud Auto time? Mud Auto time or Kron Auto time, huh? Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you either tomorrow for Engage with the No Rings run, or back for some more Triangle Strategy on Wednesday, or maybe even both. And have yourselves a good night.